All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. This is the Water Quality Monitoring Council's August 21st meeting. Welcome. And I'm very honored to be here on behalf of the rest of the council. And we'll get into introductions of our new director in a second, Lori Weber. But I just want to say thank you for attending and thank you for your attention and support of our work. And I'll hand it quickly to Caitlin for a similar welcome.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. And similar thanks on behalf of Greg. Just very excited for today's meeting and all the ongoing efforts of the Water Quality Monitoring Council. So I don't want to take too much time from the announcement of our new director, Lori, but just want to, again, just thank everyone for both attending and for those presenting today. It's an incredible forum and opportunity of information sharing and really collating so many concurrent efforts in one location as a one-stop shop of information. So I just want to elevate the value of this forum and just to say thank you for everyone involved. Joining me today off camera, Michael Escrow, who can give a quick wave, as well as Kyla Kelly, Kyla Kelly is our Water Quality Program Manager. Michael Escrow is our Senior Biodiversity Program Manager. And Tribal Liaison, who has a really great sense of the various biological monitoring programs throughout the state, in coordination with both our external partners and state partners, and serves as OPC's, Ocean Protection Council's alternate to this council. So just an opportunity for Mike to give a quick wave. And without further ado, we have a very packed agenda, and I'll turn to Lori.
Thank you, Caitlin, and thank you, Greg. I'm Lori Weber. I'm the new director of the Monitoring Council, and I'm very glad to be here. I'm just going to launch into a presentation, or just sort of walk you through the different items that we're going to go through. And I'll do a roll call for the council members and review the agenda, and then kind of go from there. But I do have a presentation put together just to kind of keep us all organized. And also, please bear with me. I am somewhat new to using Zoom, and it seems like it's changing just about every time. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and put it in presenter mode. And just to double check, can you, am I now sharing my screen?
It looks good.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so today's the August 21st Monitoring Council meeting. We have a very packed agenda, so I'm going to kind of try to keep us moving. Just a couple of housekeeping items. The meeting is being recorded, so please mute your mics. I'm going to just, right after this, I'll do a brief roll call for the council members. If you're now non-council members, use the Zoom participant list to show that you're attending. And then I'll just very briefly review the agenda. So I want to do a quick roll call of our council members. We have a couple of new and a lot of shifting things going on in the past few months, but I wanted to sort of point out that Greg Gearhart is now the council chair. I was appointed the chair of the from the Cal EPA side of things. So welcome, Greg, and congratulations on being our new chair. And Karen Mogus, who was our chair for many years, is now the alternate. I don't think she's attending today, but we'll move on. And then for the California Natural Resources Agency, Caitlin Kalua was just recently appointed as our chair. So welcome and congratulations to you, replacing Jen Eckerly, who served for many years as the council chair from the CNRA. And then Mike Escrow, who also is from OPC, and Caitlin already sort of introduced him, is the alternate. Okay, so just moving on as a roll call. From the POTW side, the publicly owned treatment work side, Lorian, are you here?
I'm present.
Okay, great. And Sam, I don't know if Sam is.
I'm here, present.
Okay, great, Sam. Welcome. And then from the stormwater side, Grant Sharp I think I saw your video.
I am here and present. Lori, thank
All
you.
right, great. And Brian, I don't know if Brian is coming today, but
Good morning.
all right, great. Good morning. Welcome. From community monitoring, Helen, I know she was in and out with had to do some field work today, but was going to try to attend as much as possible. Helen, are you here? I'm sure she'll be joining us later. And alternate Marianne also, I don't think is available to join today, but will be sitting in later. From the public side, Ray Hemstra, are you on the line?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Ray. And Fred Briones, are you on the line? Okay, moving on to water supply. Peter Vroom, are you on the line?
I am. Good morning.
Okay, welcome. Good morning. And your alternate is vacant, so just putting that out there, we're looking for there is a need for an alternate representative from the water supply sector on the council. Drinking water, Andrew Altavote. I think I saw your video. Andrew, are you here?
Good morning.
Good morning. And Christine Sotelo.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome, Lori.
Thank you, Christine. Agriculture is currently vacant. We had Mark Caddy was the member for many years, and he recently retired. I know Karen Adler is sitting in from the California Department of Food and Ag, is sitting in on today's meeting and is looking for to backfill Mark's position, and that person will also become the agriculture member. So we're looking forward to that. We still also have a vacant on the alternate side for the alternate member. So, if we'll be reaching out looking for an alternate member to represent agriculture.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah.
Public health. Anthony Chu sent his regrets. He is unable to attend this meeting due to a conflicting meeting today, but he'll be watching the video afterwards and participating or, being involved, staying up to speed on our discussions. And then we also have a vacancy for an alternate public health member. So again, we'll be looking out for to fill that position on the public health sector. Representing the scientific academic community, I know Krista Kamer, who is our member, was unable to attend. Very interested in this subject and helped us prepare the agenda and the topics for this meeting, but unfortunately wasn't able to attend today. But I think Steve Blumenshine is here.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Lori.
Great. Welcome. And then on the scientific, representing the non-academic side of the scientific sector, we've got Steve Weisberg from SWRP. Steve, are you on the line?
I am. Good morning, Lori.
Good morning, Steve. Welcome. And is Ken Schiff on the line? Okay, no problem. And then our last representative, last but not least, from the US EPA, Eric Dubinsky. Unfortunately, he called me. He is not feeling well today and is unable to attend, but will be watching the video later. Okay, thank you all for the roll call. And okay. The next item on the agenda is a public forum. Oh, it's not the next item on the agenda. I apologize. I wanted to run through the agenda really quick just to sort of orient everybody. Again, bear with me while I figure out how to share the agenda. Okay, let's see if that right. Okay. All right, so this is the agenda for today. I think you should all have a copy of it. Just to sort of briefly run through it, we're in the middle of the agenda review, the first item. Our second item will have an opportunity for members of the public to speak about things and that are not on the agenda. After that, we've got some announcements and updates. This is an opportunity for, I'm going to introduce myself briefly, and if you all want to ask me questions, happy to help to talk to you at that time. And then we also have a couple of work group chairs here to give updates. So I'm going to squeeze that into this item as well. And we'll spend the rest of that item asking the council members to provide updates for anything that they're working on. And then we'll launch into sort of the main topic or the main subject for this meeting, which is post-fire water quality monitoring, a look at data, recent and future fire responses. We have a great lineup of speakers. It's going to be a little bit rapid fire. We've got about 15 minutes per speaker, and we have 9 speakers. So we'll be doing that just before and after lunch. Learning a lot about what's going on with post-fire monitoring, lots of very interesting things happening. And then the last item in that segment is a council discussion. Greg's going to facilitate sort of a discussion for how the council can meet some of the needs to support, provide tools for monitoring and organize, coordinate better post-fire monitoring. And then we'll wrap up and talk a little bit about the next meeting. So that's an overview of the agenda. Figure out screen sharing again. Okay. And now we can talk about, we can move into the public forum portion of the agenda. And is there anybody here from the public, or anybody who would like anything that anybody would like to say that is not an agenda item? We've got a few minutes here to or an opportunity for people to speak up if they'd like to. Go ahead and raise your hand or turn on your camera, and if there's something that you'd like to say or input that you'd like to provide. All right. Not hearing anything. I'm going to move on to the next agenda item. Announcements and updates. And the first thing is just to sort of, I guess, introduce myself. I've worked with many of you in the past, and just a little bit of background about me. I've been working as an environmental scientist with the water boards for hard to believe, but about 20 years. In just my more recent job, I led one of the units here at the State Water Board, developing the integrated report, which includes the 303D list of impaired water bodies. We were doing a lot of data analysis in that program and policy work. Prior to that, I was the SWAMP coordinator, the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program coordinator at the State Water Board. And I worked in the Office of Information Management and Analysis, and was very involved in our statewide and regional monitoring programs. And then earlier in my career, I was a staff scientist with the Central Valley Water Board. We did a lot of actual on-the-ground field work and contract management and work policy development. And even before that, I have done quite a bit of monitoring. I've been doing field work since college, especially earlier in my career. So I'm really excited to bring all that together and apply my skills into this new job to help coordinate monitoring and work to improve how the data are shared and get the data out to the public and be transparent. So I'm looking forward to this position. And so far have enjoyed it very much. I would like to mention that I started about 2 months ago, and in that time I've been reaching out individually to each of the council members. And I've met with just about everybody, either individually or with your alternate. I enjoyed meeting you, and I've learned a lot. I'm also starting to reach out to the work group chairs, and I've attended a few work group meetings, which there's really a lot of great and excellent work going on. Some of the things I've heard so far is that the Monitoring Council, one of the key sort of useful parts of the council is the information exchange, and people really value having this forum and way, to share information across agencies at the actual council meetings. Other things I've heard are that people would like to go back to in-person meetings. So I'm looking into how we can do that. There's, I don't know, one of the benefits of the council is networking, and being online is it's a little bit difficult to network. Just makes it a little bit harder. So looking into how we can do some sort of hybrid or maybe more in-person meetings. And then mostly I've also heard that we could work on some documentation for member expectations. Some of the members would like additional information on sort of what are the expectations are of being a council member. So I've been thinking about that a little bit and wanting to start putting pen to paper and writing down some information, some helpful information for you all. So that's sort of what I've heard so far, and I've enjoyed meeting everybody and just really getting started. I'm happy to answer questions or, share anything else that comes up. I just wanted to give people an opportunity to ask me questions. And I want to, sort of emphasize that, in talking to everybody, I've gained an even better appreciation of the amount of work that goes into being a council member and being part of a work group, and just it's really amazing what we've been able to accomplish. And I have a lot of appreciation for the work that you're doing, and I want to be here to help wherever I can. So that's. If anything pops into your mind that you need help with, or that I can help with, or that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to meet with you and chat and just sort of make it easier as much as I can. I feel like that's my job, is just to sort of make the coordination easier. Okay. If no burning questions are popping up for me, I guess that means that I did a pretty good job of reaching out to people ahead of time. But again, I'm always available and happy to help and do what I can to support. Before we go into the member updates, we have a couple of work group representatives who have agreed to give like 1 or 2 minute overviews or updates on their work groups progress. And so I'd like to turn it over to them first, and then we can move into the council members, if that's okay with everybody. First, we have is Rachel Wigington on the line? Are you available to give an update on the wetlands work group?
Yeah, Lori, I'm here.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, council members. As Lori said, my name is Rachel Wigington, and I am a senior environmental scientist at the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy, and I serve as the state government co-chair for the California Wetland Monitoring Work Group, or the CWMW. I also want to acknowledge the other co-chairs of the CWMW. We have a federal co-chair, Melissa Schiani from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and a NGO co-chair, Kevin O'Connor from the Central Coast Wetlands Group. So the CWMW currently meets quarterly, bringing together agencies, tribes, and non-governmental organizations in order to create tools and align around a strategic vision for wetland monitoring in the state. Some of the tools our group has collaborated on developing include the Wetland and Riparian Area Monitoring Plan, which provides a strategic watershed-based approach to assessing wetlands and riparian areas. Additionally, we support the California Rapid Assessment Method and EcoAtlas toolset to track wetland extent and condition and to evaluate wetland projects within a regulatory or management program. Our group collaborates to review and update these tools and to make trainings so that these tools are more available for practitioners across the state. Over the past year, we've also been in close coordination with the California Estuary Monitoring Work Group. We hosted a joint meeting in the fall of 2024 to discuss how regional monitoring programs could track change over time, inform regulatory requirements, and also assist in understanding the effectiveness of wetland restoration projects. In the next year, we hope to build on our past accomplishments by bringing our team members together around a shared set of priorities, which we have captured in the 2023 to 2028 California Wetland Program Plan. And we're seeking funding to bring these projects into the implementation phase. Several of these priority projects are already ongoing, including expanding trainings for the use of online project databases, synthesizing monitoring information, and then also improving base maps for areas with outdated mapping. So that's my update on the California Wetland Monitoring Work Group. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rachel. We also have Chris Taniguchi-Kwan from the Environmental Flows Work Group who has agreed to give us an update. Chris, are you on the line and available to chat?
Yeah, thanks, Lori. Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Taniguchi-Kwan. I lead the Eco-Hydrology Research Program at SQUIRP, and I'm also the new chair of the Environmental Flows Work Group. I also want to acknowledge Brianna Drescher from CDFW, the water branch, who's also a co-chair of this work group. I wanted to just give a brief background and a little update from our work group. So we were originally established in around 2017, 2018 timeframe, and we're really focused on advancing the science of environmental flows, or finding that balance between water for the environment and water to support other beneficial uses like flood control, water supply, recreation, and cultural uses. And so we have convened quarterly for our meetings every year, I think really since our inception. And on average, we have about 60 to 70 attendees at these meetings. So we have really good participation, really active members that span multiple sectors, including state, federal, regional, and local agencies, NGOs, community groups, academic, and the private sector. And I just want to say that it's been a really critical forum for agency coordination, specifically for the state agencies that are really focused on managing environmental flows, also for information sharing. And then the last thing is consensus building to develop science-based guidance for managing in-stream flows across the diversity of streams that we have in the state of California. And one of the big products that we've developed through this work group is the California Environmental Flows Framework, which is now being implemented across the state, across several programs and multiple different agencies across the state. And just looking towards the future, really excited because we have a new wave of funding that came in from the CDFW Cannabis Restoration Grant Program that's really aiming to advance and operationalize this statewide consistent framework and develop different tools, different outreach materials, and host different workshops and training events that can really help ease the transition of this statewide framework and tools into actual implementation on the ground. So I just wanted to thank the council for really supporting our work group and really excited about the future.
Thank you, Chris. That was a great update, and good to hear that there's some funding available. I know it's tough times. Really appreciate the work that you and your team are doing on the eFlows work group. Very amazing work, both wetlands and environmental flows. I'm continually impressed with the work that is done at the work group meeting, so really appreciate that. And I look forward to getting involved and learning more as you move forward. Okay, so we have about 20 minutes, a little 24 minutes for council member updates. Does anybody have anything that they would like to update the rest of the group on? We'd like to hear from the council members, things that they're doing that's related to the monitoring council, questions, updates. Great. I see Ray, you have your hand up.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Ray Heimster, the public member. I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention the CDC multi-site PFAS health study that was just released last month. They had I put the link to it in the chat. The goal of this project was to look at the impact of drinking water on PFAS blood levels in folks throughout the country. In California, we only had one site. It was here in Orange County, focused mostly on North Orange County. And I was part of the citizens, advisory committee for that. This is a very interesting subject with a lot of interest from the public, and just wanted to make everybody aware that this study was recently released.
Thank you. Can you share a link to the study?
I put it in the chat. Should be.
Oh, you put it in the chat. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thanks. Need to do a better job of monitoring the chat. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ray. Any questions for Ray, or do we want to move on to another council member updates? Oh, Grant.
Hi, good morning, council. Thank you very much, Lori. And very, very happy to have you as our new director. Grant Sharp with Orange County Public Works, representing the regulated stormwater community. Just wanted to make a pitch that the big event for stormwater agencies annual conference is coming up in mid-September. That's our California Stormwater Quality Association conference, which is held annually. This year, it will be in the beautiful city of Pasadena from September 15th through the 17th. And this year's theme for the conference is Resilient Watersheds, Innovative Solutions. So looking forward to seeing hopefully a number of you at the CASPA conference in September. And also, Lori, just wanted to put in a plug for the work that the Stormwater Monitoring Coalition, or SMC, continues to do. Now, this is a group of mostly Southern California municipal stormwater programs, as well as representatives from the regional water boards of Southern California, Los Angeles, Santa Ana region, San Diego region, with membership from EPA and Caltrans as well. But we are, the SMC is operating under a new 5-year research agenda, which was developed in 2024. So some really exciting projects that are continuing some great work that in the stormwater field, great research and work that had been on the last research agenda, and it was continuing, and some of these projects are continuing into new phases. But there's also some new projects on that research agenda, which we hope to take on in the course of the next 5 years. So just wanted to let the council know that if they're interested, they can go to socalsmc.org. I'll put that website in the chat if they want to look at the research agenda. And I would be happy, Lori, to if there's any interest in hearing updates on work that the SMC is doing, making a request to the appropriate contacts for updates on some of those projects. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Any questions for Grant? Or that sounds really interesting. I know the SMC does quite a bit of work. I have been somewhat familiar with the bioassessment research and monitoring through the SMC. I know there's a lot more. So yeah, happy to facilitate an update from the group, or it's an update on the research. If there's interest.
Yeah, the regional stream monitoring program has been just a tremendous resource It's been going on for more than 10 years now. And so it's a very mature program. We have a new regional monitoring program. Well, it's somewhat in its infancy. It's been happening for almost 3 years, and that's a regional stormwater BMP monitoring network, very similar to the regional stream monitoring network, but just some amazing work going on within that regional monitoring program to really assess the performance of structural stormwater best management practices that are in the ground all over the state of California. Now we're finally getting some data on how well these some of these structural controls are actually doing when it comes to removing pollutants from stormwater runoff. So some really great research and work being done there that, quite honestly, has not really been done up to this point. So it's kind of a new area, and as a stormwater agency, or speaking on behalf of the stormwater programs, we're very much looking forward to using that data to help inform our management actions.
Oh, sounds great. Yeah. I know effectiveness monitoring is always difficult. So good to see you're getting some data on that. Thank you. Lorian.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be back in a monitoring council meeting. It feels like it's been a while. Glad to have you on board, Lori, with a leadership role. My update falls under probably you're surprised we didn't have this already, but in response to a couple of state water board initiatives, the wastewater agencies have been uploading their shapefiles for jurisdictional maps about where their service area boundaries are. So this was not something that we had before, but you can imagine how important it is for initiatives like, for example, wastewater-based epidemiology. Although I know that there's nobody from public health here today. And I also wanted to share from a public outreach standpoint, BACWA used this data and put together a little widget on our public-facing website, baywise.org. So you can go to this little map here and click on where you live. So this is where I live, and I can see that my collection system is operated by the city of Berkeley, and EB Mud is the wastewater treatment plant where my my sewage goes to. So it's one of those things that you know, underground infrastructure is invisible to most. So this is a way to kind of daylight and make this information a little more widely available.
Thank you. And that's a Bay Area focused map, correct?
That the map is
Yeah.
Bay Area focused, but the data being gathered is statewide.
Ah, interesting. Okay. Thanks for sharing that resource. I appreciate it. Anna's put a link in the chat. Is that the same map that we were looking at?
Yeah, so that baywise.org is our public facing website that is, you know, it's pollution prevention, value of wastewater, and this is where you can access that.
Great. Good examples that we could use for some of the monitoring council websites as well. Always looking for examples. Thank you. And any questions for Lorian? All right. Would any other council members like to provide an update?
I have some updates.
Oh, please go for it.
Sure. Okay. So, yeah. Hi, folks. Greg Gearhart. I'm co-chair from the State Water Board, and I'm also the director of the Office of Information Management Analysis. So I'm going to give some general updates that I see from my lens of sitting in this seat. There's been a lot that's sort of happened, so I'll try to just summarize things since our last meeting, I should say. So one thing is that the state of California, my agency in particular, has been subject to significant cuts in resources due to different budget actions that were taken by the legislative and the executive branch collectively over the last year. What that means in a nutshell is that the Water Board has significantly reduced the expenditures to our surface water ambient monitoring program. We lost some PYs as part of a vacancy sweep as well too, throughout the state with regards to monitoring. The cuts that were made to the contracting mechanisms for future years were applied to both the groundwater and the surface water monitoring efforts throughout the state. It's brutal. Don't need to go into details. I don't know if the details are even public yet, so it's a little confusing as to how to talk about it. But for sure, the action has been taken, and the public should probably be aware of the fact that the state has done this. We're working to rebuild some of the resources that we can expend on collecting new data. We're feeling kind of lucky in a sense too that we have full PY within the organization. Person years, we have full staffing kind of dedicated. So we are trying to regroup and think about maybe this is a pivot point for leveraging data collection in different ways. It was becoming more and more expensive every year to do traditional in situ observational data collection, people time, sample time, analysis, data costs, everything was going up significantly. So we still value that. Obviously, there's a massive place for that in the ecosystem of water quality monitoring data. But what we're really thinking about is ways to, in this period of transition, ways to sort of build capacity in other ways, meaning other people's data. Sometimes it might be remotely collected, remotely sensed, new technologies that do sort of synthesis analyses that weren't available before, like environmental DNA, molecular methods. So that's community science. So that's kind of where OEMA, our office, is headed, or at least leaning into. And we're also trying to take this moment to try to really bolster some of the infrastructure we have around our data systems. And so making what data we do have more open and accessible. And then also working on ways to contextualize the data that we have, as well as any data that's going to be collected going forward. So I think one of the big sort of bummer announcements is that the complete program that was referred to as the Bioaccumulation Oversight Group historically and is now Safe to Eat program, the data collection going forward on that is completely eliminated. So we do have staff, we still have data that does come in different directions, and we have OEHA still helping develop threshold and advisory information. And we are still focusing on tribes and centering the most vulnerable of our community when it comes to those kinds of impacts and risk communication needs. So we are still doing all we can, but data collection going forward on that program is completely eliminated from the State Water Board's perspective. So that's a bummer, a huge bummer, and it's been a year and a half. So a lot of emotions have sort of quelled on my end, but it just deeply cuts to a lot of the work that we want to do. So that's one announcement area. On the positive side, we have some turnover and some change and some new people coming on board to help some of the work that we do. So the SWAMP program has some new staff. We don't need to go through introductions of any of that, but we do have some new staff. So that's really positive, new energy, new skills. Let's see what else. I should note that because of a lot of things that are happening with the federal government too, we're looking at potential future cuts as well. So we don't know yet. There's a lot of speculation, but we do think that there's going to be some additional potential impacts to the work that we do in our program, as well as at the Water Board as a whole. Going further into the federal world, the direct cuts to the federal agencies that we partner with have also been kind of brutal. We don't know the future of the National Water Quality Monitoring Council, for example. We think that the staff was sort of run by a group of folks that cared about it and wanted to do it anyway. We think maybe those people and those positions are still around, but a lot of the expenditures to build the data ecosystem, including the public-facing portal and dashboard that they manage, that's in huge question right now. So there's a lot of questions about that that are significant. USGS is also rolling out some new, this is unrelated, rolling out some new. Anna, do you need to talk now or do you want to wait?
I can wait.
Okay. Sorry, I just saw the hand pop up
No
twice.
worries.
So new APIs. And so USGS is modernizing, they've been modernizing their data world for the last 5, 10 plus years. These new APIs are going to be really powerful and provide some new insights into things. There's some papers and blogs, I can find them, that sort of describe what you need to know if you work with USGS APIs or if you want to work with USGS APIs. Those are basically data connectors to all the data that they are providing right now. So that's exciting. We also have some progress made with a partnership between USGS, the Internet of Water, and other folks that has laid out essentially an example framework of the GeoConnects product, which is a really cool fabric, like a geospatial fabric that allows environmental features, like all these stations that collect USGS data and other things, they connect to this fabric so that you can start doing things and connecting to a persistent place. GeoConnects is best thought of as like a persistent identifier fabric, so that even if the background connector APIs and things like that get changed over time and modernized, in theory, this fabric will stay in place. So that's pretty exciting. Internet of Water, GeoConnects, and I'll drop some links to that. And then I'm just really excited about today's topic. And there's a lot of papers that come out all the time and issues and news that comes with post-fire water quality. So I want to really thank Lori and Caitlin for the vision. And she laid out this amazing vision of an agenda before she took leave in February or March or something. And then Lori came on board and just jumped right in with Mike Esgro's help. We developed a really amazing agenda. So really excited about that. And I'll stop.
Thanks, Greg. Anna, go ahead.
Yeah, hi folks. Anna Holder. I am the chair of the Safe to Eat work group. And I just wanted to follow up on Greg's budget announcement about the stew. This is a hard pill to swallow, but the bioaccumulation monitoring program and the Safe to Eat work group are still alive. We're still kicking. And so I added some links to the chat. To Lori's point, we're still utilizing the Safe to Eat work group for information sharing. Our next meeting is in October. And I'll add a link to the registration there. And a lot of great work is happening throughout the state, led by our regional board partners and others, particularly as it relates to subsistence consumption. And we have presentations set up to hear results from work that folks have been doing in the San Francisco Bay region, the Los Angeles region, and we'll be getting a report out. Many of you have heard presentations from me about the realignment projects that we've been doing over the past many years, and the San Diego region realignment data and results have finally been in and analyzed, and so we'll be giving a report on what we learned way back when. And I also added a link to Greg's point about, instead of focusing on monitoring where many of our hearts are, we're really focusing on data synthesis, communication, and tribal and community partnerships. And one of the ways that we're doing that is we did get funding to develop a tribally centered fish consumption application. So we're assembling a tribal advisory committee to help drive what that application will look like. I added a link to the webpage there. So hopefully the news of our budget is bittersweet instead of just bitter. Encourage folks to join the October STEW meeting, and feel free to reach out to me directly if you have questions about the swamp bioaccumulation monitoring program or the Safe to Eat work group. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. Really appreciate that update, and Greg as well. just keep getting struck with why the council is so much more important now, why coordination and collaboration has always been important, but is becoming even more important. So happy to help out with all these efforts. Steve, you have an update.
I do. I'm going to steal some thunder from Caitlin Kalua, but since she's not bringing it up, I'll do it for her. The Ocean Protection Council is about to release at the end of the year an ocean and coast health report card. And while many of the indicators that are involved are not dealing with water quality, things like sea level rise, et cetera, a number of them are. And they've done, I think, an absolute excellent job of pulling together a community of people to develop these indicators. And I think this is important for the council at probably two levels. One of the things that they have been tasking their work groups with is identifying where there are data shortcomings. In other words, what would you have liked to have put in the report card that you could not put in the report card because you don't have the right data? The right data meaning data quality, or don't have enough spatial coverage, or don't have enough intersection between among programs that allows you to even access the data. And so that's the kind of thing that the council could potentially take up. In addition, they've created these work groups that are functioning very, very well, but their report card will be done at the end of the year. And I don't know what the plan is to keep them going to do things intercessionally, because the next report card they're going to do is in 2030. And they might be groups that this council could even adopt. For instance, one of the groups is reporting out on harmful algal blooms. And obviously that's something that's kind of in the news. We don't have a harmful algal bloom working group. And that group might, at least on the marine side, would be an excellent thing at a time when people are asking a lot of questions about harmful algal blooms. So I think we probably want to stay connected. First off, we want to acknowledge the really good job that they're doing. Maybe even I'll let Caitlin whether she wants to make a presentation at the next meeting. But just what are the opportunities for the council to add value and continuity to something that the OPC has already initiated?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I unmuted and I ended up muting myself, but Caitlin. Thank you, Steve, and Caitlin is next.
No, thank you, Steve. It's a perfect segue. I was bidding my time whether there's an update or in the future agenda items. So I'll just jump in that regard. So yeah, there are two large efforts that are still in draft form taking place right now that are slated to be finished by the end of the year. And so one is the 2025 report card that, Steve, thank you for teeing up that, Lori, and for the rest of the council members and other interested members of the public that are joined on this call, is the timing could be just really timely, beginning of 2026 following the report card. Again, this will be completed December of 2026. We'll be publicly presenting it. Time-wise, it could be a wonderful deep dive to have here as an agenda item, potentially the first meeting of this council in 2026, to go through the recommendations, those opportunities, frankly, the data gaps in monitoring across the different indicators that are evaluating the state and health of our coast and ocean. One example, of course, being harmful algal blooms, looking to leverage opportunities within the working groups that do exist within the Water Quality Monitoring Council, or may need additional energy or potential direction and focus based on what we find from this work that is in process of being completed by 2025. So Lori, would just love to have that on our horizon scanning. I think Q1 of 2026 would be ideal for the report card. It's certainly ripe. Concurrently, we are working on our 2026 to 2030 5-year strategic plan for the Ocean Protection Council. We're currently continuing our work, prioritizing state investments based on the current strategic plan. There's an opportunity for continuity between specific topics and priorities, but some potential redirection or a finer point on what our priorities are as a council, the Ocean Protection Council, moving into the next 5 years. And so with that, as we're looking at federal potential impacts, cuts, personnel reductions, both on the federal level and the state level, this is really important context and timing for us as we're looking to the next 5 years. How do we best leverage existing monitoring efforts, efforts already on the water, if we're looking at offshore monitoring and elsewhere, potential satellite. There's so many opportunities that we have to leverage existing efforts, and also our partnerships across the state. And so with that, I just thank Greg for that update. Very, it's harrowing, but also, illuminating what the opportunities are for potential partnership and collaboration moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. We are at time, but I also see a hand up. So if we could squeeze a few more minutes out of this item. Christine, I saw you had your hand up, or did you?
Yeah, I have my hand up. I don't know why my video is not working. But I do want to give an update. I thought that Steve might give this one, but I just wanted to update everyone that last spring, SQUIRP and our partners at the Central Valley Regional Board and also WEMA assisted in this method validation project. It's a really major milestone for water quality monitoring in California. This was a successful validation of a single statewide method that can detect and measure up to 140 pesticides at once. And this is really a breakthrough and streamlines what used to require multiple disconnected methods. And it opens the door for California to, for us to accredit the method because it's been validated by SQUIRP. This really matters because for years, monitoring managers have relied on labor-intensive, very siloed techniques to track current use of pesticides and meant that fewer pesticides could be monitored routinely and at low-level contamination could go undetected. So this is a big deal, and we're really proud of the work that SQUIRP has done for the State Water Board and for Region 5. And we're looking to announce the offering for this accreditation method sometime in the summer, later this summer. That's it.
Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. That's a great update. I know we've got one very short update. I know Karen Adler had your hand up. If we wouldn't mind just chiming in quickly, if you don't mind. Not to put you on the spot. I apologize for kind of the short time frame.
No, that's okay. I'll try to be quick. Because I'm new to the council, and I'm sort of sitting in just really quickly. We think we'll have a supervisor for my program, which is the Fertilizer Research and Education Program. That was Mark Cady. That person hopefully will be in place in September. So hopefully by the next meeting, there will be a member sort of coming into the role, and then I don't know, we can talk about the alternate as well. But I just wanted to say, and I was hoping someone from the State Water Board would bring this up and introduce it. But from the agricultural perspective, one issue that's really hot right now is the convening of the second agricultural expert panel. And I don't know how many of you folks are aware of that. But that's to help the State Water Board and the regional boards develop and implement a long-term sustainable irrigated lands regulatory program. So it's going to, you have to protect the quality of the surface and groundwater and maintain economic viability of agriculture, which is really tough given this issue of nitrates in groundwater, legacy nitrates, the difficulty growers have, the efficiencies they need to achieve in order to reduce nitrates, and then in the meantime, the disadvantaged communities who are, drinking this water and receiving replacement water. So this second agricultural expert panel, they're scientists, and they're being asked to consider all these different aspects of this issue, and specifically whether there's enough data from the ILRP program, from what growers are reporting, to put in place limits on how much nitrogen growers could either potentially apply, or there are different metrics, but maybe there's a sort of proxy measure for how much nitrate would be available for leaching. Not going too into the weeds, but anyway, so the panel has to decide all these different aspects. They're also deciding they're giving guidance to the State Water Board on the entire state. So you've got the Central Valley and the Central Coast who have approached things differently, and then there are other regions who have different issues. San Diego, LA presenting as well and saying, hey, this doesn't fit for us for completely different reasons. So we're going to be giving a presentation along with another program in CDFA, basically about the research that FREP and outreach that FREP has funded to support growers in meeting these ILRP requirements. And then this other program, it's through the Office of Agricultural Resilience and Sustainability, ORS. They provide a lot of technical assistance. So FREP and ORS are providing technical assistance to growers. FREP is also providing, we have a grant program. So we're going to be giving that information to the Ag Expert Panel, but they have a monumental task ahead of them. They have a really hard task to kind of navigate all these different aspects of this issue and then give guidance to the State Water Board.
That's a big one. Yeah, thank you, Karen. And when did you say the second, the agricultural panel was meeting?
Yeah, so the first two meetings just happened August 8th
Okay.
and 14th. And the next meeting where we're presenting is October 31st.
Okay. So it's a series of meetings. Yeah. Thank you for that
yes,
update.
it's a series of meetings.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And it's good to hear from the agricultural side. I know huge program and very relevant to the work that the council does. So thank you for that. And we're looking forward to you finding a replacement for Mark that can help participate in the council. Appreciate it.
We are too.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, so I apologize that we're 10 minutes late. I think I might have to shave off some time from our lunch. I apologize. I'll get better at the next meeting. Maybe I'll might have to start a little bit earlier next time. But I want to launch into the main focus of our meeting today, which is post-fire monitoring. And we've got a series of presentations set up to hear from the experts, talk about lessons learned. I've asked each of the presenters to highlight sort of lessons learned from their experiences where applicable. And then at the end, we'll be combining all this information to have a discussion about, sort of what steps can the council take to support post-fire monitoring moving forward. So with that, our first presentation, we have a special guest, and I'm going to turn it over to Steve Blumenshine to introduce our guest.
Thanks, Lori.
Steve, if you're on.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's my pleasure to introduce Anya Dogra. Anya is an undergrad student in civil engineering at San Jose State University, and she's amassed just a super impressive roster of extracurricular activities and awards in water. Definitely is going to be one of our rising leaders in this space long before the rest of us are here, I think. Also, to that extent, she was an easy choice as our highlighted student in the CSU system in our upcoming CSU Water Annual Report. And she is just entering her second stint for the academic year on our CSU Water Source Student Group. So anything that you want to go out to students who are water geeks and developing water geeks, just run it through us at CSU Water and we'll get the word out, and we'd love to have you be a speaker in one of our meetings, for example. Okay, with that, Anya, take it away.
I'm happy to be here today. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining and taking the time out of your day to be here. I'm going to share my screen so I can go ahead and get started.
Lori, you might have to stop sharing. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think there's like a little bit of a lag with the screen share.
Can we see my screen now, or do I need to reshare?
That looks great.
Okay, thank you. So as Steve mentioned, I'm a student at San Jose State University, and I'm going into my senior year, pursuing a bachelor's in civil and environmental engineering. So today I'll be giving a high-level overview on the wildfire impacts on water quality, as well as the beneficial uses. So before I begin, I do want to give some acknowledgements to my research advisor, as well as some of his colleagues, because when I was a freshman and I was thinking about what I wanted to do and what I wanted to study, he was my role model and inspiration to pursue hydrology and the water industry. And his colleagues have been great in teaching me about the water industry and helping me to learn about all the different career paths and how interdisciplinary water can be. So for the overview of my presentation today will cover, I'll be going over what a wildfire is, how it's changed, specifically in terms of intensity and frequency, and then what occurs during pre and post wildfire, specifically looking at compound and cascading hazards, and then the impacts to the quality of water and beneficial uses. So what is a wildfire? FEMA defines a wildfire as an unplanned fire burning in urban or rural areas. And this can be in shrublands, grasslands, or prairies. And studies have shown that climate change has contributed to an increase in wildfire in the season length, the intensity, and the frequency. So we've seen the season peak shift from being in August to now being in July. Of wildfires, and they're driven by warmer springs, longer dry periods, and drier vegetation. So in the future, we can expect more and frequent droughts, and those can be prolonged. And as a consequence of that, we can also expect more wildfires. Another point is developments have further expanded into more fire-prone areas, and they're increasing risks to people and infrastructure. When we see this figure on the screen here, we see that since the 1980s, the intensity has increased of wildfires. And actually, since 1983, there have been about 70,000 wildfires annually in the United States. And the total number of acres burned continues to rise. And we can see that that is attributed to anthropogenic impacts since the 1980s. Furthermore, wildfires actually look quite different on the west and east of the United States. So on the left here, we can see the western United States shown, and we experience more wildfires than the eastern side. And we can also see that this intensity and frequency has changed between the two data sets. So in the orange line, we see from 1984 to 2002, we didn't have as many acres burned versus the blue line, which is 2003 to 2021. And wildfires now actually start sooner, and these warmer years and development have contributed to these more frequent and intense events. And the burned area, again, continues to rise. And this can also be attributed to the rising temperatures due to climate change. So in this graph, we can see the rise in temperatures since the 1980s. Now focusing on the wildland-urban interface. So what this is when homes and wildland vegetation meet. And in this figure, we can see that the wildland-urban interface had become quite widespread by 2010. And if we look at this square represented at the top, this is actually representing Santa Rosa in California, and we can see that this is more of an intermix WUI, which means that areas in which homes and developments, they're more scattered throughout the wildland vegetation versus a more interface WUI. And this is significant because an intermixed WUI is more prone to wildfire risk, and they generally have a higher risk compared to interface because these homes are in close proximity to vegetation, and this wildfire can spread more easily, and it can become harder for firefighters to fight, and it can be more challenging overall. Now, when we look at compound and cascading hazards, there's a little bit of a difference between the two, but it all plays into a positive feedback loop within different climate extremes. So a compound hazard is when different climate extremes such as droughts, floods, or heat waves happen in combination. So 2 or more events. You can have a drought and you can have a heat wave at the same time, and that would be a compounding hazard. Versus a cascading hazard is more of a domino effect, and it's a sequential event. So you can have a drought and then you can have really strong winds, and later on you can have, for example, a wildfire. So in the figure shown here towards the left, this is actually something that happened in California from 2012 to 2018, where we experienced a drought for 4 years from 2012 to 2016, and then significant precipitation and rain, and that created lots of vegetation from winter 2016 to spring 2017. And then unfortunately, we then experienced really strong Santa Ana winds, and this dried out all that vegetation and created fuel for fire. And that's what was able to fuel that Thomas fire in December 2017. And right after that fire happened, we had heavy precipitation in that area, and that allowed for debris flows in January 2018. So what are some of the impacts on water quality? On water quality, I won't dive into every single impact listed here in this figure, but wildfire damages water supplies, and it can make it harder to recover. And these impacts can be long, and it can be, so soil, for example, can be prone to erosion, water repellents, sediment, ash, and other harmful compounds, and they leach into the groundwater and other surface basins and overall compromise the health of the entire watershed. And what I mean by water repellents is when a wildfire happens, the effects of it create this waxy sort of film over the soil, and it can be really hard for water to later penetrate through to get into the soil and replenish the groundwater systems. And it'll just run off into the rivers and the streams and collect all the debris that was left over from the wildfire. So, for example, such as ash. And I really like this figure by Dr. Vahedifar because it allows us to visualize wildfire and the impacts that it contributes to. So, for example, changes in soil and land cover, and changes in the surface and near surface processes, and then other geohazards. And wildfire can also interplay with like a positive feedback loop. So, for example, wildfire may lead to a debris flow and then soil erosion, but soil erosion can also lead to a debris flow and like dry gravel and rockfall. So these all kind of play into each other, and it's sort of like a downhill slope once it gets started. And these changes can affect reservoirs, they can affect water treatment, and again, they can last for years, and they can make water recovery slow. So after fires, landscapes are very unstable. And for example, when we saw the 2020 Dolan fire in California, debris flows resulted in the failure of Highway 1. We quite literally saw pieces of Highway 1 falling into the ocean. And over time, this loss of vegetation and soil changes can keep landscapes at risk for many years. So it can take years to get back to where we were before the climate extreme. So some of the impacts to beneficial uses are human health, which can be increased respiratory related issues. So for example, when firefighters go in to fight these flames, they can experience lung related issues and respiratory related issues as an aftermath. There's impacts to drinking water, recreation, fish consumption, and wildlife. And this goes beyond just human impact. It can impact the entire ecosystem. And this is why we have to look beyond just one climate extreme, and why we have to look at the overall bigger picture. Because as we saw in that figure where we had a drought and then we had rain and it was a cascading hazard, that was an event that happened for 5 or 6 years. Wildfires don't just pop out of nowhere. Usually there's an early onset that gives us a warning. If it's a human-caused wildfire, then yes, it can pop out of nowhere, but usually there was some sort of buildup that led up to it. And again, animals can be impacted, and we saw this with the 2018 Camp Fire in California, and we can see that in the picture above where these deer are displaced. And we also saw it in the 2019-2020 bushfires in Australia, and we saw koalas and other wildlife displaced. So in terms of policy and prevention, we need to understand these connections, and we need to analyze not just one event at a time. So not just look at wildfire on its own or droughts on their own. There needs to be an interdisciplinary connection between all of them. And these are just some references to the figures. If you have trouble finding any figures, feel free to email me and I'll be happy to send them over. And thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. And if you have any questions, let me know in the chat or feel free to email me.
Thank you, Ania. That was a great presentation. Really appreciate it. And nice to set the stage for the subsequent items. I'm going to move us along because we're a little bit behind schedule and I don't want to take up too much of your of everybody's lunch. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. With my technical knowledge here, but with the Zoom, I also apologize for being a little bit slow. Okay, so we just did 4.1. So our next item, we have Crystal Taylor from the State Water Board, Office of Emergency Management, or from the Emergency Management Program at the State Water Board. And she's going to give us a presentation on the immediate response after a fire that the water boards are involved with. All right, so I can go ahead and share. Well, first, Crystal, are you ready for your presentation?
I am, yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, I've got too many. I'm having window fatigue here. Trying to manage all my windows. All right, so I can share. I'm going to share the screen or share the slides. Are you guys all seeing my screen? Okay. So I will launch into the first slide.
All right, thanks, Lori.
Thank you, Crystal.
There's a few names in here I recognize, so for those I've met before, it's good to see you again. My name is Crystal Taylor. I'm an environmental scientist in the State Water Board's Emergency Management Program. I'm our wildfire staff lead, which means I coordinate wildfire response and immediate recovery coordination across the region's divisions and offices. So I'm not going to be talking directly about the water quality monitoring itself, but the intent of having my program come was to share a little bit of the context and background for how the water boards is involved in the emergency management side of this and the immediate wildfire and response that we're involved with, which is then typically followed by post-fire surface water quality monitoring that the water boards are involved with. And I'm not going to cover that, as my colleagues will be covering that in a little bit later in the agenda. All right, so next slide. So just to start, I'm going to give a really quick high-level background of how emergencies are managed at the water boards, and then how we engage in the wildfire response and recovery space, and then more specifically, what happened with the LA wildfire coordination, and then just some key takeaways. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, starting with a high-level overview of emergency management at the water boards more broadly and what our team is and what we do. So the Emergency Management Program is an all hazards program. We're in the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance at the State Water Board out of the Cali, PA headquarters in Sacramento. And we coordinate emergency management activities across the region's divisions and offices, not just for fire, but for other types of emergencies too. Most commonly though, it's wildfire, debris flows, flooding, and hazardous materials releases that we end up getting involved with. So the State Water Board and the 9 regional water quality control boards do have a role in emergency management within the state. So CalOES, or the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, they maintain what's called the State Emergency Plan, and this outlines how emergencies are handled in the state. And within that plan are a variety of emergency support functions for specific subject matter areas or topics. So the water boards are included under Emergency Support Function 10, which is hazardous materials. We are a supporting agency, and the California Environmental Protection Agency, which is our parent agency, they're the lead. And the emergency support functions, for those that aren't familiar, these are just organized groups of different government agencies and partners that focus on a specific set of tasks to support California's emergency response and recovery work. And in addition to the ESF 10, we're also identified as supporting agency in 6 additional emergency support functions. It's also important to note that even though we do have an emergency management program, water board staff are not first responders, so we're not acting in that capacity. I know most of you know this, but first responders, those are your firefighters, police officers, emergency medical personnel, those folks who are working to stabilize the incident. So water board staff are participating in a supporting role, which typically means we're an agency representative at the incident command or at CalOES State Operations Center or local emergency operations centers. And sometimes we can be at all of them all at once, just depending on the scale of the incident and the implications for the areas we have authorities over. What we're doing in this space is providing technical guidance and expertise for things such as critical watersheds or water quality in the impacted areas. If we're aware of any critical infrastructure that we have regulatory authority over, like drinking water and municipal wastewater, we're there providing information on that. We also regulate various Superfund sites and other hazardous sites regulated by the water boards that could be a concern to the environment, public health, and first responder safety should they be impacted by the emergency. Those who are familiar with the Tamarack Fire might remember the coordination with the Leviathan mine back in 2021. And then we're also identifying any permitting coordination that may be needed during the immediate recovery so that we'll start talking about that during the response so that when recovery comes, we have some processes in place. So the emergency management program does coordinate really closely with both our state and federal partners in these emergency response activities. Some of these folks include CalOES, Department of Water Resources, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, CAL FIRE, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Those are just a few. It can be others as well, including local government and local agencies or NGOs. And then internally, we are coordinating with our folks at the local regional water board and Division of Drinking Water offices as well. And as well, Cal EPA also has an emergency management team, so we're working with them as well to make sure everybody is on the same page in these spaces. Next slide, please. So this is our team. I'll just cover this really quickly. So we are a team of 5, and we are cross-trained in emergency management through FEMA and through the CalOES Training Institute so that we can be effective at coordinating with our emergency management partners and being able to speak their language and operate in their systems while still having the technical expertise needed to advocate for water board's needs and priorities. The team has a variety of roles and responsibilities, some of which we share internally with other water board staff, just depending on what's going on. But in general, we lead and facilitate coordination during the immediate response and recovery activities. However, during the response to the LA wildfires, our team was critically understaffed. We are down to 1 environmental scientist, myself, and our geologist, and our supervisor has been on extended leave as well. So this required some additional support from regional staff, which I'll discuss a little bit more later in my presentation. Next slide, please. So before I get more specific into LA, more broadly, this is what we're doing in a wildfire scenario. Again, we're coordinating, the emergency management program is coordinating our response to the fire, and we may be requesting technical support from the regions or divisions within the water boards. When it's necessary, we'll connect directly with the incident command for the fire and participate in those briefings and meetings. And for those who aren't familiar with that terminology, the incident command in the context of a fire, these are your firefighting agencies on the ground working to suppress the fire. We're also responsible for coordination with Cal OES when requests come in for assessments of impacts to drinking water or municipal wastewater or surface water quality concerns and permitting needs. For the water boards, again, I mentioned this previously, we're typically filling the role of agency representative when there is a need to coordinate with Cal OES's Joint Field Office or the State Operations Center. And usually it's the emergency management program that fills this role. But again, just depending on the nature of the event and any other circumstances, we may have additional staff from another region or division as well. It is left less often that we're directly engaged with the firefighting agencies, that's the incident command, but it does happen sometimes. But most often it's, you know, the State Operations Center and the Joint Field Offices that we're connected to. So when we notice that a fire begins threatening communities or is impacting communities and potentially facilities that the water boards regulate, we're in close communication and coordination with the regional board offices, and our Division of Drinking Water has an emergency coordinator that we're working with, just so that we understand what's happening on the ground regarding the facilities that we regulate and any water quality concerns more broadly in the watershed associated with the fire or potential impacts from the fire. And then we'll start leading the initial transition from response to recovery, which sometimes can be a murky area and they're overlapping with each other. So we're just working to ensure that all the necessary connections between the agencies are made and that field staff at our regions are supported as the event transitions into longer term recovery. Once it does hit that stage, regional board staff are our primary coordinators. Emergency management program continues to support with any coordination implementation and any task force meetings that continue into the recovery, but field consultations and permitting coordination then transitions to the regional boards. So to kind of summarize all of that a little bit more neatly, really the emergency management program's role is to bridge the gap between our emergency management partners and the coordination piece and the technical water quality permitting and the other activities that are happening within the water boards, and to facilitate effective coordination internally and externally during and immediately after the emergency. And then once it transitions to longer term coordination and is more along the lines of a steady state coordination effort, it goes back to the technical experts at the region. Next slide, please. So for the LA wildfire response and recovery coordination, the emergency management program was in person at the Cal OES State Operations Center and later the Joint Field Office between January and March, and LA Water Board staff were also present in the Joint Field Office as well. These were 12 hours a day, 7 days a week between January and March. So there was a significant amount of water boards presence to help support the coordination and the community recovery. And again, in this role, we were providing technical guidance and expertise on the water quality concerns. A lot of it was focused around stormwater quality and permitting coordination to our partners who are conducting the recovery activities. The water boards are most heavily involved with Debris Task Force, which coordinated the Phase 1 and Phase 2 debris removal activities, and the Watershed Debris Flow Task Force, which coordinates the watershed protection mission. This puts emergency BMPs around burned structures. And then for the LA wildfires, they added the clearing of debris basins to mitigate impacts of post-fire debris flows and flooding to their mission as well. And then through the governor's executive orders, the water board's permitting was suspended in various ways to support expedited recovery. And I won't get into the minutiae and details of that here, but there's a few different ways that we streamline the recovery through suspensions of state permitting and expedited permitting for Federal Clean Water Act that could not be suspended through the governor's executive orders. And then we just provided some general best management practices to ensure the resource was protected while operating under suspensions. And the goal of this was to support the governor's executive orders to expedite recovery while still ensuring resource protection. And this environmental protection plan that identified those key BMPs was developed in coordination with Fish and Wildlife, CAL FIRE, and Cal OES. And for the water boards, it was water quality protections to ensure that subsequent recovery activities didn't create additional water quality impacts. And so we leveraged the experience from our Northern California regions and the coordination there to replicate these processes down in the LA area. And one of those areas was in the post-fire water quality monitoring coordination. The Northern California regional water boards have extensive experience in this space. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we leveraged the monitoring plan that was developed up there and gave it to the LA Water Board. And then they established a really great multi-agency coordination for surface water quality monitoring. And I won't go into detail on that because they're going to cover that in their presentations. So across regions, divisions, and offices within the water boards, we were also coordinating really frequent requests for information from various avenues, whether it was the legislature or the media, or others, on what was happening in the recovery space, how our permitting and suspensions are being applied to the activities, and what the water quality impacts would potentially look like. And so our program was facilitating those information requests and coordinating internal responses, and coordinating with Cal EPA and Cal OES on any joint responses so that our staff at the LA Water Board office could focus on their core technical work to support the permitting and recovery needs on the ground and the water quality monitoring efforts. Staff from the water boards were also out in the field providing technical guidance and expertise to debris removal contractors on appropriate BMPs for their staging areas and activities to mitigate any additional impacts to water quality during their recovery operations to stage and sort debris. And staff from LA Water Board were also working very quickly to review numerous projects under regional general permits and other permitting avenues to address the need to mitigate risks for post-fire debris flows and flooding, and to allow the critical recovery work to move forward quickly without delay to try and beat the storms that were coming into the area. And this was largely effective. The impact of that storm that happened right after the fire it was pretty minimal, and it definitely would have been way worse had there not been that coordinated effort between all the agencies to prepare for that storm. Next slide, please. So some key takeaways and lessons learned. These are some of the lessons we've taken, not just from LA fires, but from the numerous other fires that we've been involved with across the state. One of them is that early engagement, not just with emergency management partners, but from our partner agencies, is critical for an effective response. So engaging with CDFW, engaging with CAL FIRE, where we have potentially overlapping authorities over water quality. By engaging early, we can identify those key issues and priorities for each of our agencies and work together on areas where we do have that overlap, which allows for a more coordinated response and better support for the impacted community. And while it is really important to maintain clear, consistent communication in everything that we do, because of the heightened stress levels and the challenges that can arise in the emergency environment, it's even more critical to make sure that we're all very clear in our communication and that we are consistent in how we communicate. This means making sure we're regularly participating and actively engaged in any task force meetings or other efforts, and that we are keeping all of our partners apprised of any new issues that come up for us as soon as possible, and just make sure we're maintaining those open lines of communication. And I know I've said the word communication, I think 7 times on this slide, but it's just because I really want to hit the point home that maintaining good communication is critical, because anytime I've seen something go wrong in an emergency coordination effort, it has almost always come down to a lack of good communication. So communication is key. And lastly, this goes along with the good communication piece, but we found that taking collaborative approaches to addressing some of these emerging issues during and after the emergency tend to be the most effective. It provides more holistic solutions and involves all interested parties. And in the case of post-fire water quality monitoring, a joint effort also allows for more resources to be put towards it, and potentially more sampling and a wider variety of sampling sites to happen than could be done alone. So those are just high level, some of the key takeaways, lessons learned over the last few years of fire coordination efforts that I had to share with the group. And next slide. That's all I had. If anybody has any questions or wants to chat about any of these topics, our contact information is on the slide. Thanks, Lori.
Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate the presentation and learning more about the difference between the immediate response to a fire and the more long-term monitoring, which we're going to hear about next. So I'm going to just keep us moving. Our next item is we have Alvina Nahinto from SCWRP, Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. And she's going to give us an overview of some of the coordination work that she was involved with multiple agencies after the LA fires. So Alvina, are you ready to go? I think you're going to go ahead and share your screen. Oh, I see it's already being
Yes.
shared.
You can
I
hear
think I
me?
can stop sharing mine. Okay, I see your screen.
And yes, Salvina, we can hear you. Sound good.
Okay. All right,
Great. Oh,
thanks.
yes.
Yeah. I'll
Thank
turn
you.
my camera on as soon as we do the Q&A just to make sure that we have good reception. So thank you, everybody, and thanks, Laurie, for inviting me and allowing me to share what we've been working on. Sorry, just one sec. Okay. So I want to talk about one of the coordination efforts that we were involved, which was developing a post-fire monitoring network for LA County to support the LA Regional Board in their effort to understand the impact of these different fires. So what is the post-fire monitoring network? It's a consortium of about 30 plus agencies, I think 35 at the time at the moment, from government, nonprofit, organization, academia, and private sectors. And our focus is on aquatic habitats, water mainly, but also sediment and organisms. I don't have an acknowledgement slide and I can't fit all of the names on the slide, but I do want to acknowledge, just give you a sense of who's involved. And particularly acknowledge California Ocean Protection Council, who's funding the work that my agency is doing to coordinate everything, and LA Regional Board, who we've been working really closely and has been providing great guidance for how we want to structure this and make it useful to managers. And of course, I want to also acknowledge all the agencies. There's about a third of the agencies that are actively sampling, providing funding, doing data analysis. We have a third of the group that are experts that have been dealing with previous fires, managers that are impacted directly or indirectly by the fires earlier this year. And then we have a third of the stakeholders and observers, members that are stakeholders or observers. Together, we were able to document about 200 sites that are monitored in the areas directly or surrounding where the fire broke out. I want to point out that not all those stations were monitored directly after the fires. Our goal was to just document everyone that is monitoring the area surrounding the Altadena and the Pasadena fires, and then document with a little bit more details what type of constituents they're measuring, the frequency. And so in doing so, the map that I'm showing you is all the data that we could potentially have, but you'll see we have gaps here and there. So we had several goals. The first one was obviously developing this collaborative network, recognizing that one agency just simply could not do everything. And as part of that, we wanted to provide a forum for all the scientists and managers to be able to discuss and share their plans, their results, and build consensus, because this is such a public-facing topic, critical topic, that we wanted to make sure that the messaging would be consistent across the different agencies. The second goal was to develop best practice or share best practice and data quality objectives among the agencies to make sure that we're all using the same benchmark and thought process and ultimately making sure that we can compare the data collected from those different groups. And finally, providing a platform for data sharing and integrated assessment. And I'm going to go through each of those, the activities, what we've done, the main products, and then I'll finish by the lessons learned on how we can put all this together to build those type of monitoring program. So the first one was collaboration and leveraging. It started by the obvious information gathering, identifying who the key players were, agencies that were responsible for sampling, whether it's through permits, regional efforts, ad hoc, the academics that were interested or willing to go out and sample. We were able to document the sites, the analyze that were monitored, so the map that I've showed you, but also had information on the study designs. Were they measuring sites away? So had the reference site, did they have a before and after, and the time frame for their sampling? This allowed us to identify data gaps, so spatially where areas where we had people that were not monitoring, and on the opposite, areas where we had 2, 3, sometimes 4 groups sampling and measuring the same things. Based on the information that we gathered, we've hosted different subcommittee groups, one specifically for the active people on the field measuring and sampling, And we discussed a couple of things like identifying what is relevant and what should be documented. Some of the key parameters that were recommended are, of course, metals, pHs, nutrients, but also things like turbidity, flow, especially for groups that were going in sample specifically during storm events, which we had right after the fires, and pH. But we also discussed a couple of other contaminants that, given the type of fires that were those LA fires, there's a lot of contaminants from the burn structures that were of concern. So benzene, asbestos, and PFAS were also recommended. And through those committees, we helped to link people together and make sure that they were either sharing resources, leveraging, so that they could identify more sites that could be sampled, new analytes, and also provide that forum for people to discuss their findings. The second key activity that we've been conducting is developing those best practices. And for the most part, they are available, but there's also different versions of it. So the goal was to making sure that everybody was using similar comparable methods. For the method evaluation, this was a little bit of a post-mortem because of the time sensitivity of this. A lot of agencies had already collected and sent their samples out to the different labs. So what we did was review the different methods, compare the detection limit, kind of identify pros and cons, data quality objectives, or even data flags that we would want to put next to certain data sets to recognize if the methods was not optimal or the detection limit was higher than desired. The second thing was standardization of data reporting templates. This was a very low-hanging fruit, and the goal there wasn't to reinvent the wheels. There's already a lot of data templates that exist and the state has. What we did was simply customize and simplify the version, keeping in mind that for this program, about a third were required to do some kind of monitoring. But a lot of the monitoring was done by agencies that just had their own funding and interest and willingness to do so. So we wanted to encourage them to share the data. So we tried to make those data templates simplified so they could do this easily. And then we had some discussion on development of data interpretation guidance. I will be brief about this. You'll hear a lot more on the first one from Becky and OEHA, but we were able to meet with OEHA, DTSC, and organize through the LA Regional Board and reach consensus on which thresholds should be used. And they went through the calculation, they explained the basis for those. We also had some conversation around how the data should be presented and communicated. Of course, when those things are measured, they might be high, some of them might be high and exceed the threshold, but in an urban environment that's far from pristine, having additional context on the historical and background, understand how much the fires truly contributed to the exceedance was important. So that's something we discussed. Unfortunately, I would say this, for the constituents that we're measuring, there's only a handful where we have historical data that we can use. And we're currently reviewing the aquatic health thresholds. There's nothing there to develop or invent, but there are various aquatic health thresholds. Well, if you look at the California Ocean Plan, some of the Basin Plan, EPA. So we're just going through all the different criteria, and we'll meet very soon to discuss which one are the appropriate set to use for any comparisons and assessment of aquatic life. Last but not least is, of course, data management. As I said, we could not afford to do a lot of organization ahead of time since we really assembled after the fire. So what we've been working on is a data management and a data portal that's going to allow us to integrate all of those data together. And it starts by having an easy way to compile all of the data and also visually display the results so that we can see which areas are being impacted and explore, with those sites, what type of contaminants. Is it something that under exceedance punctual at one time, or is it something that's continuing? The portal will be public in about a month and a half or so, but I just want to show you just a quick bit of what we're talking about. If you worked with SQUARP, you know what the flavor is. But essentially, we have this data management and submission page where people can download the templates. We're right now focusing on chemistry and nutrients because that's where we have most of the data coming and readily available. And people can then upload their data. They can download the template, upload their data, and eventually they'll also be able to search and retrieve various data sets. And what we're currently working on is this data analysis and dashboard, where you could have an overview. So this is a little different than the map I just showed you before. The first map showed all of the sites that are being monitored at different frequency with different types of data set that may or may not be available. This will be a results dashboard. So where we have data that has been submitted, and this is real data right now, and we'll showing this to you at different levels where you can see an overview map of where we have data. And then you can go at the site level, understand which agencies have been sampling, when, where, what type of constituents. And the detailed summary will actually show you, and I don't have that right now, but our plan is to now look at trends for individual chemical class. So this will help people, scientists, managers, and even the public understand the type of data that we have available, but in an integrated way, not just from one agency perspective, but all of the data that we have available. So what have we learned from this? I'll copy what Crystal said, and we didn't even coordinate on that. Collaboration is key because one agency just simply can't do it, whether it's people, time, funding. And so the more people can be involved, the better. But it comes with challenges because people have different perspectives, different study design, different initiatives. And so one of the things that was really helpful for us in the position that we are at is that we already had a network of agencies in the impacted area. So the core network was assembled in 48 hours. And that's kind of what you need when those fires break out, that you can have the key players right away. We had a phone call because on Saturday, they were already going to go out and sample because the rain, the storm was coming. Another thing that's more of this is a lessons learned, something that we're building for the if, when, next time this happens, having support documents that are readily available. And it can go from the basics of best practice for how we sample, archive samples, the lab collection, data analysis and lab collection, some of the QA measures, the type of blanks. For a lot of the agencies that are regulatory, this is nothing new, but again, the group is so mixed that there's groups like academic groups that may not have all that background. So having that readily available would be really helpful. Recommended analytical methods, detection limit, and even going as far as having recommended labs would be a good thing. And as I mentioned, the data reporting templates and means for people to share their data is something that we found very valuable. One last thing that's it's somewhat of a nebulous lessons learned / consideration is that as we started to put things together and look at historical data, we find that there's a huge amount of monitoring, not new to many of you that are doing this. But unfortunately, when we start looking into the details of what's being monitored, it's either one thing or the other. It's either water chemistry or it's chemicals or it's biology. And so it's difficult sometimes to be able to use some of that data in the context of impacts of fires. So for areas that are vulnerable, especially urbanized areas that are deemed vulnerable to those wildfire, considering reviewing the list of constituents and adding a couple of those, if the budget allows, would be really helpful to have that baseline now, so that when those things happen, you have the context for how much that's impacting your watershed. With that, I'll thank you. If you have any question, if you're interested in joining the network or sharing data with us, please send me an email. Again, I want to thank the entire network, but I want to specifically thank OPC and the LA Regional Board for their support, financial, intellectual, emotional, and everything in between. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvina. We're still short on time. I would maybe a couple of burning questions. If you have any burning questions, raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hand raised. If I would encourage people to email Alvina. Her email is in the agenda with follow-up questions, and there's a lot of great information here, and I'm sure we'll come back to some of the things that you've developed for the LA fires in our discussion later on this afternoon. Sorry, I did say burning crash. I should avoid that. So I'm going to move us on then to Becky Stanton and Wes Smith from OWIHA. And it's a good segue into from Alvina's discussion of collecting data. They're going to talk about how they've been consulting with different groups to analyze post-fire monitoring data. So I'll turn it over to you, Becky.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I want to present today for myself and my section chief, Wes Smith. Again, talking to you about the work we contributed to. As mentioned, is a lot of collaboration and overlapping efforts on this. So just want to be clear on that. And make sure I'm hitting the right screen. Okay, great. So I just want to be clear, we provided support and guidance to the LA Regional Water Quality Control Board in identifying our available water quality data and some tools and resources, but really defer to the LA board who's going to be presenting on the resulting thresholds and the work there. So we won't be covering that part of it. So we are part of the FISH team. You might have known us as FUSE before. We recently updated our section name to be more holistic of our current efforts. So we're dealing with FISH advisories, our incident response, again, including fires as well as other events. We do a lot with seafood safety, and again, there was a bit of a connection here on things that might accumulate into fish, and then certainly a lot of work through my colleague Shannon Murphy on harmful algal blooms, as well as work in both freshwater and marine. And so we do this work through several programs and legal authorities with our health and safety code for fish advisory program. A lot on sort of our legacy compounds, particularly mercury and PCBs. But we also do fisheries closures when necessary for following oil spills and toxic substances, particularly through domoic acid for marine harmful algal bloom. So as far as available data for coastal waters that was applicable or potentially applicable for Southern California, we look at the fecal bacterial contamination through the US EPA and the State Water Resources Control Board in terms of the REC water quality criteria and the bacterial objectives. There's cyanotoxin thresholds for freshwater or how they enter estuarine waters. And then there's a few other contaminants through the US EPA or the ocean plan. But again, those are focused on what's accumulating into fish consumed by humans, or in some cases, organism and water. Certainly the range of contaminants, as Alvina mentioned, is broader than those and the different exposure parameters. So kind of left saying, okay, so what about the other constituents? As far as ambient water quality criteria, again, if we're comparing it to a risk threshold, but we also want to know what's pre-existing or what might be applicable for these areas. Thankfully, there is a routine ongoing bacterial monitoring. LA County covers it for this area with inputs from a lot of other partners that do the sampling. And they have a centralized map with different thresholds that they update routinely. There's also the forecasting or nowcasting methods to incorporate that information. But for other constituents, again, there's not a ton of information for other background or ambient thresholds or historical data. One of the things we looked at was from the areas of special biological significance. There was some monitoring as part of that. And the California Ocean Plan as of 2019 has Table 5 with some quote unquote background seawater concentrations. And basically assumes if you're not one of those constituents, we assume there's not a background level or it's zero. So where were we left? Well, US EPA has a regional screening level calculator for exposure routes and constituents that they don't have pre-established screening levels. And so we looked at the Recreator surface water tool. And that includes incidental ingestion of water plus dermal contact for total exposure through, again, surface water recreation. It incorporates assumptions for children, including 0 to 2 years and 2 to 6 years, with differences that are additive, as well as for adult, it's between 6 to 16 and then 16 to 26 that's additive. And that includes information about body surface area, again, for dermal exposure, water ingestion rate, again, incidental to rec water contact, and body weights over those two different time windows. And then there's information provided about days per year of water contact and hours per event. And then the chemical types are bin between non-carcinogenic, carcinogenic, and mutagenic. So how were these adjusted for, in particular for use in California? Well, there are some constituents, and this is updated frequently by DTSC, that there is a more stringent California threshold. And that's documented in their Human Health Risk Assessment Note 10 that was just updated in April. So those were incorporated where applicable. And the LA Water Board provided their local insights in terms of what assumptions were conservative and health protective for local and frequent water recreation for these areas in terms of exposure duration and frequency for those different exposure groups that I mentioned. So again, the resulting outputs will be covered by the LA board, but we wanted to cover a little bit again of the lessons learned and preparation that we would recommend in the future. Again, incorporating the California specific toxicity values, took doing manual updates into the tool. If there's a way to automate that in the future, so that that doesn't have to be manually done every time, that could be useful. But again, every time those do get updated through California or the US EPA, if you create a static list, it won't incorporate those newer values. So oftentimes we say, you know, maintain your tools, know what the resources are, but don't necessarily just create an artifact of something that won't be updated. Gaining better understanding of the derivation or the applicability of some of those existing thresholds for fish consumption. Again, do they need to be updated to incorporate more current toxicity reference values? The exposure assumptions, how applicable are those to a future event? Those are things to consider. And as Alvina mentioned, certainly exploring the opportunities to continue and expand ambient sampling for these broader constituents that might be applicable, so that we do have comparisons in the future. So I wanted to acknowledge work of my colleague, Amanda Palumbo. She did a lot of work in contributing to this and her technical expertise. And then again, the LA Water Board actually ran the tool. But if you have any questions, there's my email and Wes Smith. And thank you for this opportunity and look forward to the panel discussion later.
Thanks, Becky, for the presentation. And just a reminder that contact information is also in the agenda for follow-up, and we'll circle back at the discussion later and touch back on these issues. We're making up a little bit of time, but we're still over. We have one more presentation that was scheduled to go before lunch. Are we okay with staying maybe an extra 15 minutes into your lunch hour? And is that okay with everybody? I'm seeing some thumbs up. Okay, lots of thumbs up. This is great. All right, so the next item is Emily Duncan from the Los Angeles Regional Water Board is going to give us an overview of the work that they were doing with post-fire monitoring. I see you're sharing your screen.
Can you? Yeah,
I'll turn
great.
it over to you, Emily. Thanks.
Okay, great. So you can see my slides. Awesome. So thank you for having me present today, and I really appreciate all the previous speakers. I think we've built upon each other nicely, and thank you to Becky for explaining some of the risk assessment that I'll touch on as well in my presentation. So hi, my name's Emily Duncan. I'm a senior environmental scientist specialist in regional programs at the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. And today I'll provide a brief overview of the post-fire monitoring work that we specifically were involved with and conducted, which is a small piece of what Alvina discussed earlier in her presentation. So I'll provide an overview of our ocean water quality sampling and the US EPA risk screening levels we use to compare against our monitoring data. And then I'll go over our beach sediment sand sampling and the residential risk screening levels that we use to compare against the beach sediment sand. And I'll provide an overview of metals results for both water quality and beach sand sediment. So the LA Water Board partnered with Los Angeles County Department of Public Health to monitor ocean water quality after rain events on January 22nd, 27th, February 6th, and February 18th. And then LA Water Board staff collected samples after rain on March 13th. And then most recently, we collected samples on May 1st, 2025. And on May 1st, we added Surfrider Beach, you can see on the map over here, because access to Las Tunas Beach was limited and we couldn't sample Big Rock because crews on site warned that the cliffs were unstable. So we had generally all these sites sampled. Sometimes we had access issues, but for the most part, we got a good representation of the bay. So we collected wave wash and storm drain samples at 12 beach sites indicated on the map, and the samples were analyzed through a statewide chemistry contract. The samples were analyzed for metals, nutrients, polychlorinated biphenyls or PCBs, polyaromatic hydrocarbons or PAHs, and then volatile organic carbons, VOCs. Later, we added beryllium and hexavalent chromium and asbestos, and the hexavalent chromium and asbestos were non-detect. But yeah, so over the next few slides, I'll just give you an idea of what it looked like after the March 13th storm came through. So we were out basically right after the storm had passed through our region. We have Will Rogers State Beach in the top at the Santa Monica Storm Drain, and then the Rustic Creek outlet at Will Rogers State Beach. The next set of photos we have from Santa Monica Beach north of the pier. You can see kind of this foam that had washed up along with a lot of debris. And then the lower two photos are from Santa Monica Beach south of the pier. You can see the pier in both of these pictures. And this last set of photos were from Venice. So the Venice City Beach and then the Venice Beach at the pier. So just to give you guys an idea. And then by the time we were out sampling in May, most of the debris was gone. And there wasn't like foam or anything, which was good to see. So as Becky mentioned, we used the US EPA risk screening tool. And so this calculator helped us understand our results. We used conservative assumptions when determining which assumptions to use in the calculator. So what we landed on was a mixture of both adults and children swimming in the water recreationally for about 4 hours a day, 180 days a year, and that's about half the days of the year. These screening levels are found in the second column. So I highlighted, we have these PDFs of our data, like these comparison matrices on our website, and specifically a column dedicated to the US EPA risk screening levels. And so I'll highlight a few of the metals in our ocean water samples in the next slides. So this graph represents arsenic concentrations measured in ocean water across all sampling dates and locations. So on the x-axis, you can see Surfrider Beach all the way down to Dockweiler. We have concentrations in microgram per liter on the y-axis. And for reference, concentrations of arsenic in ocean water sampled in 2014 as part of a SCORP study ranged from 0.0025 to 14 micrograms per liter. So it's sort of wide range of potential arsenic concentrations that can be found in our ocean waters, despite the fact that the US EPA screening level is 0.04 micrograms per liter. I got the units wrong on that slide. And on this slide, we have lead concentrations across all sites and time. Location and date, again, is the same format as before. We don't have an EPA recreation risk screening level for lead, but background concentrations that have been measured, again, previously in the Southern California Bight ranged from 0.0013 to 71.2 micrograms per liter. So we're within kind of that background level at a couple of the sites where we did measure lead in the water. Again, I'm sorry, I got the units wrong. Micrograms per liter is the risk screening level for copper, 2,380. I'll have to fix that before you send the slides out. But on this slide, we have copper concentrations. Again, we only had a couple of sites with copper. And then manganese. So again, like we have manganese concentrations at all sites over time, and the concentration of micrograms per liter, and this should say micrograms per liter up here, 647 for the screening level. And then iron. So we have iron concentrations, again, similar format to before, all the beach locations, micrograms per liter, a few hits just for information. And then selenium is one that looked sort of consistent over time. Again, Surfrider down to Dockweiler. I'll fix the units, but the screening levels were 298, and we are well within recreational screening levels. And so the next set of slides will be on beach sediment sand monitoring. And so in addition to water quality monitoring, the LA Water Board contracted with Moss Landing Marine Pollution Labs to collect beach sediment samples. Samples were collected from 11 beaches. We might have added a 12th for the second event. So we sampled in February from the 25th to the 27th, and then April 29th to 30th. The samples were tested for metals, PCBs, and PAHs. And I have some slides from the February event, and then I have some results from the April event, but the results were very similar for both dates and weren't dramatically different. So what it looked like when the Moss Landing crew went out to sample in February, we have a close-up of Zuma said samples, followed by Malibu Surfrider, Topanga Beach, and Topanga Lagoon. Let's see. Moving south, we have photos from the Rustic Creek outfall, the Santa Monica Beach, Montana Avenue storm drain. And then actually that's both of these pictures. And then Santa Monica Beach south of the pier, you can see how full the debris was in the storm drains. And then finally, we have photos from Venice Beach near Rose. This is Rose Avenue storm drain. We wanted to capture Mother's Beach since that's a popular recreation site, Dockweiler Beach, and then right after Torrance or Rat Beach to kind of close the bay out at the southernmost end. And so as we had with the water quality samples, we were looking for how do we put our data in context. And so DTSC and OEHA were gracious enough to support us in analyzing our samples using residential soil screening levels, because that's a conservative approach. And here's an example, another call out from the PDF, the analysis matrix that we have on our website to compare the data against. But we use this combination of risk screening levels for residential soils in addition to any California specific residential risk screening levels. So yeah, check that out on our website if you haven't already. I can share that at the end. But as with water, we looked at arsenic in beach sand sediment, and although beach sand sediment arsenic results are higher than the recommended residential soil screening level of 0.11 milligrams per kilogram, we have to view this data in relation to the background levels of measured arsenic. And so the Department of Toxic Substances Control conducted a study of arsenic concentrations in Southern California counties, including Los Angeles, in addition to a survey of arsenic concentrations at 19 school sites in the LA Unified School District. Comparing our data against this study, we are within background concentrations levels of arsenic. So the way that the study kind of described it was the 95% of the upper confidence limit concentrations, which is a statistical term. But anyways, for LAUSD data was 2.4 milligrams per kilogram. The entire data set of Southern California, excluding schools, was 4.3 milligrams per kilogram, and the combined total Southern California data set is 3.1 milligrams per kilogram. So arsenic tends to be a little bit higher in and more naturally occurring in our soils in Southern California. So that helps to put some of this data in context, where we kind of see like a 2 to 4 on average, and then a little bit of a spike at the Santa Monica Canyon location at Will Rogers State Beach. For total chromium, this graph is the concentration of total chromium at all the locations from Leo, Creo to Rat Beach. They're well within the residential soil screening level. We also analyzed for hexavalent chromium, but all the samples came back non-detect. The method detection limit was about 0.2 milligrams per kilogram. But that is indicative that the majority of the chromium was not hexavalent chromium, but again, method detection limit was what it was. For copper, we have copper concentrations at all locations from Leo, Creo to Rat Beach, and they also were within residential soil screening levels. And for lead, so again, we have the concentrations at all the beaches and the residential soil screening level of 80 milligrams per kilogram. So we were within screening levels for lead as well. And so I know I'm between us and lunch, so I just wanted to let everybody know that we do have a website. The results will also be on the dashboard that Alvina was talking about, our sampling stations and results, but we also have PDFs of the analytical lab results and the analysis tables that I talked about in this presentation on our website. That QR code will take you to the website. If you're curious, I can also put it in the chat. But yeah, I thank you for letting me present today, and feel free to email me with questions or put them in the chat. So thanks. I'm gonna stop sharing.
All right, thank you, Emily. I really appreciate your presentation, and great to see some data results build up an appetite for lunch. Much appreciated. So we're going to go ahead and break for lunch and return at 1 o'clock, and then we'll be back on schedule. And also, just there's been a conversation in the chat about sharing the presentations. I need to figure out how to do that. We have difficulty posting them online just because of some of the accessibility requirements, and but I'll figure out how to do that so that those who are interested in getting copies of the presentations can get them. So follow up on that. All right, thanks everybody, and we will see you after lunch. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started. It's 1 o'clock. Hope you all had a good lunch. Enjoyed some few minutes of relaxation and de-stressing for the for the lunch hour, or a little bit shortened lunch hour, actually. Hope people got to stretch and go outside. although here in the Sacramento area, our forecast is 104 degrees today, so it's currently 96. So I looked outside, but didn't quite go outside. All right, and we're recording at the moment, so our next item, I'm just going to launch into our next item. We're staying with the theme of the Los Angeles area, and we have a presentation from Anja Davidson-Railson from Heal the Bay, who's going to talk about some of the post-fire monitoring that Heal the Bay conducted after the major LA fires. Anja, are you online and ready to go? I think you're going to share
my
your,
screen.
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, my PowerPoint is frozen. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Just give me 2 minutes. Everything froze.
It worked so well this morning.
I know. Okay, I think now I can share my screen.
Great.
Thank you for patience. Let me share my screen. And in presentation mode. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see
Can you
it.
hear me? Okay.
Yes, can hear you. See
So
you.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to stay. Hello, everyone. My name is Anja Davidson-Railson. I'm a postdoc at the Stanford School of Medicine, but I'm also working as a wildfire research associate for Heal the Bay because I did my PhD in environmental engineering at UCLA, where I was studying how wildfire impact water quality and how we can use green infrastructure to mitigate these impacts. So today I'm going to present what Heal the Bay has been doing for water quality monitoring after the Palisade fire that occurred in January, and that has devastating the Los Angeles communities, especially trying to understand the impacts to the Santa Monica Bay. And for that reason, Heal the Bay has decided to collect samples, and by looking a little bit at the weather, we wanted to collect samples before the first big storm and after. So that was the reason. That was on January 24th and 25th. That was before the rain. We collected water and sand samples, and then after the rain on January 28th, we collected after the rain. So we went to 10 different locations to the Santa Monica Bay. Paradise Cove number 1 and number 10, Malaga Cove, was supposed to be the control sites, but unfortunately, just before our first sampling day, there was a small fire that burned the north of Paradise Cove, so we decided to use Malaga Cove as a main control. But as you can see also on the map, within the burn zone, you have Las Flores Canyon, Big Rock, Topanga Creek, and Wildfire at Temescal Canyon. And Wildfire at Santa Monica Canyon is also important because there is Rusty Canyon Creek, which is a drainage from the burn area. So that's why we are considering number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 as the burn location. And then we also collected at Santa Monica Pier and Dog Rider State Beach and Malaga Cove because in the south of the burn zone, there is we notice effects of the ocean currents that has transported contaminants. So that's why we also wanted and interested to look at number 8, which is Santa Monica Pier, Dog Rider. So the method samples, we decided to, to follow a protocol. We write all the protocol and keep all the documents in the same place. We also ensure that there is no airspace for benzene samples. Once we collected the samples, again, we collected air and water, but I'm going to focus mainly on water today, water and sand, but I'm going to mainly focus on water today. We also keep them on ice and we pass that to Physics Lab, which has analyzing samples, but at the same time, we also send some samples to CSU Northridge, USC, and UCLA. So each samples, as you can notice here, this is Anelisa. We wanted to collect within the splash zone, so it's like near to chest high water, and we collected roughly like 6 inches below the surface when there is a wave that comes. We are also joined here, as you can see, by Dr. Jenny J from UCLA, who did tests for nutrients, which is very important given that, like the fire department has to use fire suppressants that are phosphate-based. And you can notice, for example, like, and Emily showed us a similar picture of a brown in the water, which is mainly also caused by nutrients, increase of nutrients. And that's why we decided to test for nutrients, especially given that they may increase the risk of algal bloom and exacerbate also the impact of ocean acidification. So we tested for nutrients. We also tested for bacteria, turbidity, PCBs, pH, PFAS, benzene, and heavy metals. So results that we have. So our data show that in the burn area, heavy metals and turbidity concentration increase after the storm, except at Big Rock for arsenic and nickel. So the dark blue is the pre-rain, the lighter blue is the post-rain. On the x-axis, you have the different location, and the burn zones are Las Flores, Big Rock, Topanga, River Tomescaqui, River Santa Monica Canyon. The Y concentration, you have, the Y-axis, you have the concentration in milligram per liter. And, you have the different contaminants. So you have arsenic, nickel, cadmium, and then you have turbidity at the bottom. Again, heavy metals and turbidity concentration increase after the storm, except at Big Rock for nickel and arsenic. And there are some of the contaminants that we initially had some concern by looking at the ocean plain standard for marine health, because I'm going to also present what we found for marine health exceedance. And we're unsure, about the impacts to human health at that time. But since now we're using the EPA recreation risk screening levels, I just wanted to point out that they're going to explain very well after me, I think, and also they just explained this before me as well about the EPA recreation risk screening level for water, but there is some limitation. One of the examples that I want to point out today is arsenic, for example. We do have total arsenic EPA risk screening level. We do not have EPA risk recreational screening level for arsenic. For total arsenic, we do have it for inorganic arsenic, which is 0.04 milligram per liter. If you look at the data for arsenic on the left side, 0.04 is very, very, very low, right? And you can see the arsenic concentration can go up to 15 here. So here, if you look at the graph, the total arsenic concentration exceeds the human risk threshold for inorganic arsenic of 0.04 milligram per liter. But we didn't test for inorganic arsenic, so we do not know if this really poses a risk to human health. Another example of the limitation of that is that for chromium and lead, which also, very health concern from human health, at least for perspective of human health, right? Chromium and lead were detected in the samples, in the water samples, but there is no recreational human health risk threshold that exists for these contaminants. And I'm talking about total chromium and total lead, just to precise. So that's the reason we really need to establish public health standard to get clarity as well, for the public. One of the important role of HILDA is also to communicate to the public what are the risks they're exposed to. And I think that's also one of the limitations that we have with the EPA risk screening levels. Another example is for pH, for example. We have pH which were detected in the samples. They are below the threshold when they exist, because sometimes there is no threshold. But for example, PCB were mostly not detected, but there is also no established recursion of human health risk threshold. And PFAS, especially PFOA and PFOS, were not detected as well. So I just want to say, as a listener, we really need today to have public health standards to get clarity, especially for human health, to assess human health risk. Concerning marine health, we did look at the ocean plan for marine health limits, especially for contaminants like PCBs and heavy metals, because even at very low concentration, PCBs, heavy metals, and pH can disrupt vital biological processes that may have impact on marine health. Because marine life lives in the water. They breathe this water, and the entire food web is immersed in it. So the limit do not basically tell us if it's safe for human, but they can really tell us if it's unsafe, for the marine biology. And beryllium, lead, chromium are above the maximum levels. Again, I just wanted to say again, these thresholds are established thresholds. So it's not like something we're trying to have consensus about. It's like established. So as you can see, beryllium, lead, chromium are above the thresholds. So that's have consequences. And that's also show why we really need to continue monitoring water. Copper and nickel, so here, copper and nickel were also above the marine health limits. And again, if those levels persist over time, that may have an impact on marine health and marine habitats in general. So, and aluminum and iron manganese do not have established marine health, but are still elevated, and they may have impact on marine habitats. And then for human health limits for fish consumption, so we agree of this threshold with the data interpretation group, with this group that Alvina presented this morning. So our data show that contaminants such as pH and metals can bioaccumulate in the food chain, which can make fish unsafe to eat for both people and marine health. And our data shows that there were exceedance of these contaminants. That's the reason the fish. Anyway, there is that's the reason we are not supposed to eat fish after the fire, because there is adversaries against that. And that's also the reason why we really need to continue monitoring, because we need to understand the long-term impacts from these wildfires on the Santa Monica. And we also did some offshore sampling. We have currently 2 locations, which is Rustic Canyon and Big Rock. So we contracted divers to do this monitoring, and we collected water and sand, offshore ocean floor samples. And we also observe debris, as you can see, here the diver is heading the debris to the boat driver. And that was on 30 May. We did this offshore sampling, or we still continue doing it, but we have at least results from 30 May, which is that, again, there is we noticed that there is poor visibility offshore at Rustic Canyon, and diver observed that the water appear black. That was at Rustic Canyon. However, at Rustic Canyon, as you can see, arsenic, chromium, cobalt, and lead, arsenic, cobalt, lead were a little bit slightly higher in the onshore than the offshore, but lithium, aluminum, and vanadium was higher in the offshore sand, and mainly because of the physical debris that I found. And at Big Rock, offshore heavy metal concentration were higher than in the onshore sand, despite that there is poor visibility observed in the other location. So that shows that, heavy metals concentration, because it's dissolved, right? It's not particulate concentration, are very important to monitor. And using, what Emily showed you just before me, just the previous presentation, because it's publicly available data, we were able to also do a time series analysis, and we created a food database, which will be shared to all of you once we do a like a press release conference. And we all have, all the different locations that Emily said, also on locations. We have the different contaminants. And what we saw that everything is pretty consistent, but there is only one date, which is February 6th, and which is in red here: total chromium, copper, iron, aluminum, arsenic, cadmium, zinc, lead, nickel. So this red point is February 6th. So there is only one anomaly in February 6th that we don't really understand where it comes from. Same thing for nutrients. This is February 6th concentration. February 6th, February 6th, February 6th. This is all the other concentration. And same for TSS, TOC, and solids. And we actually also looked at in the spatial analysis of February 6th data, which is north to south. I'm sorry, maybe it's really hard to read, but basically you have Topanga County Beach here, and then you have the other burn area, basically. And you can notice the left one, the first bar is the Topanga Canyon, Topanga County Beach at Topanga Canyon. And the only reason we can, and the same thing for nutrients. So within the burn area, you have high concentration just at Topanga. The potential source of contamination, which can explain that increases, the first is EPA hazardous waste site, which was installed in February, beginning of February. There is also potentially like natural sedimentation, burn houses, wildfire smoke deposition onto the ocean surface. But we believe that, one of the reasons may be the EPA hazardous waste site in Topanga in early February. So to conclude, we are planning to continue doing our research to prepare for the next wildfires. So we're planning to have, to do many recommendations and policies to prevent any, if you can mitigate this impact of wildfires on water quality. We are continuing analyzing wildfire existing data, monitoring data. We are also doing our own monitoring data by looking we're also now collecting stormwater outfalls in addition to the offshore sampling. But again, I just wanted to say the ongoing monitoring is very important to the long-term impacts on marine and human health, and funding is needed for that. Thank you. So if you have any question, let me know, and Anelisa as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anja. Great presentation, and good to hear that you're looking long-term, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to monitor and look at see long-term impacts. And the issues you raised are very relevant to this group as far as selecting the right form of the constituent, and also the thresholds or the way that the data are analyzed and the thresholds that are used to analyze the data, if they exist or not. So yeah, very helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks. So this was our last presentation concentrated in Southern California. We have a couple of presentations from Northern California, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'll get this eventually. All right. So we're ready to move on to the next presentation. We have a couple of people from the Central Valley Regional Water Board that are going to give us an overview of the post-fire monitoring in the Northern California fires. So shift our focus a little bit. Griffin Perea and Katie Gilman, are you both online and ready to start your presentations? Or actually, I'm going to be sharing my screen, so I'll share the slides. But are you ready to start giving your presentations?
I think we're ready.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Just let me know when you would like me to advance the slides.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, afternoon, everyone. My name is Griffin Perea. I'm a senior engineering geologist in the Reading office, overseeing our non-point source unit. I'll let Katie introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Katie Gilman with the Central Valley Water Board in the Reading office, and I'm an engineering geologist.
Then next slide. Perfect, thank you. So we're just going to be giving a very brief synopsis on our post-fire sampling efforts that we've been doing over the past handful of years, really starting with the car fire and campfire in 2018. They were very close together in time. And then, continuing through the park fire this year. So listed on this slide are just the big large scale fires that we have done post-fire sampling for starting in 2018. And I guess of note of all of these have been over 100,000 acres. And most of them have had quite a bit of structure loss associated with them. And so that's definitely been a driving factor for all of our sampling events, was trying to get a better handle on the water quality impacts associated with structure loss in fires, not just from wildland sedimentation standpoint. So next slide. So starting with the car fire, this was the first iteration of post-fire sampling where it was a really dedicated effort. This one was fairly large scale. There were a few pockets of concentrated structure loss. And so when picking sampling locations, we really did as much as we could. We tried to get some level of background information, as well as focusing on those areas where the concentrated structure loss was. The fires of this scale, unfortunately, it's sometimes difficult to find background locations because of almost whole watershed type of impacts. But we did our best to get outside of the fire perimeter, both upstream and downstream, as much as possible. So for the car fire, we picked 15 total sites, scattered pretty broadly throughout the fire. And we tried to get water courses and tributaries in multiple locations, so we could try to get some sort of consistent stream reach information. One of the other things we did after the car fire, we were able to use some of the sampling information to help identify a couple small watersheds for grant funding work for post-fire restoration. Next slide. And so as a result of the monitoring, well, I guess I should start with some of the constituents. We developed a pretty large constituent list, so we were focusing on nutrients, metals, both dissolved and total, PAHs. I believe we did PCB in the car fire as well, and the physical constituents such as turbidity and things like that as well, settleable solids. So we attempted as well as we could to get pre-winter baseline sampling. Both the car fire and the campfire were fairly close to the wet season, so we did try to mobilize quickly to get some baseline information, and then continued monitoring at least a monthly time frame through the winter period. We didn't go through and get all of the sample results in these slides, would have made it a little bit too long, but general trends that we saw in the car fire and kind of have continued through is, the biggest obvious one for sediment is elevated turbidity, as well as settleable solids. And then in terms of the metals concentrations, we got hits for quite a few of the different constituents that we were sampling, but most consistently, we were seeing iron, manganese, and aluminum increases. The increases that we did see were most notable below those pockets of burned structures. Once we got outside of those areas where it wasn't as concentrated, we didn't see the spikes that we saw on those. And again, some of the results that we got out of this sampling, we were able to use to identify a few small watersheds that are direct tributaries to the Sacramento River in the Reading area that we got grant funding to work with Western Shasta RCD to do kind of landscape scale restoration, revegetation type work. Next slide. And so continuing into the campfire, which happened pretty quickly after the car fire, we took that exact same analyte list and deployed that within the campfire. So we took a similar approach for selecting sample location sites. We did, again, try to get outside of the fire perimeter as well as within. This one, with the campfire being so much more destructive in terms of fatalities as well as structures, we partnered with Department of Water Resources and Caltrans to assist with the sampling effort. The sample sites, there's a map on the next page, but they were definitely a focus was the tributaries draining Paradise. Paradise being the town that had the most significant structure loss in this fire. Next slide. So we got 10 locations, and again, very similar results for sediment as well as the metals that we saw in the car fire. So consistently elevated iron, manganese, and aluminum for the metals. But within the campfire, we also saw PAHs were detected, whereas we did not see that in the car fire. And we detected those at basically every sample location, not every sampling event necessarily, but we did get through the course of, I believe, 7 sampling events, we did get PAH detections at every location and at above human health limits that were set. So I think the big contributing factor for that one was really just the concentration of structure loss. It was a fairly small area with an extremely high concentration of burned homes and businesses in the town of Paradise. And we definitely saw that difference in the overall results that we saw, as well as getting those consistent detections of PAHs. And this information, especially in the campfire, is where we really started heavy coordination with local agencies. So we worked really closely hand in hand with Butte County as well as the other state agencies involved for warnings, recreational contact, any sort of notifications that the local agencies felt needed to go out to assist the public with simply wanting to see the information, but also with potential concerns with utilizing these water courses. So this one was really key for that type of local coordination and consistent local coordination throughout the sampling cycle. Next slide. And then moving into the North Complex, so it was nice having, I guess, 2019 was considered a little bit of a break, and then in the North Complex started over again. This one, again, it had fairly high concentration of structure loss in the Berry Creek area above Lake Oroville. A pretty large portion of the fire was high and moderate severity in this one, so there was definitely a lot of concerns over sedimentation, debris flows, all of those post-fire kind of landscape processes that occur. This one also was a little bit of the kickoff for the Feather River Watershed Working Group, which Crystal Taylor with State Board was instrumental in developing. We formed that group with allied state agencies as well as local agencies and water districts that may have had drinking water intakes or treatment facilities that would be impacted by the fire. And it was information sharing allowed us to get a lot more involvement from other entities that might have been affected by the fire, and really gave us a really quick way to get our sample results out to folks that were interested and needed to see those, and then also to coordinate activities. As Crystal went over in her presentation, there's a lot of post-fire activities that take place outside of the sampling. And so these connections that we made and this working relationship with all of these groups really helped that process out a lot too. Next slide. So the results Again, we saw similar trends of the metal constituents that we identified. Some areas within the North Complex, we also saw increases in consistent increases in bacteria and E. coli as well. PAHs, we did not. We didn't sample PAHs throughout the entire fire perimeter. We did focus that one at Thermalito diversion because there is a drinking water intake at that location. After the car fire and campfire, we tried to start narrowing down our constituent list because it was the coordination with the lab and the logistics of the broad suite of sampling that we were doing was becoming very difficult. And we were having issues meeting hold times, and just the logistics of it was pretty difficult. So in the North Complex is where we really started trying to narrow down our sampling locations as well as our analytes, just based on the information gained from the car and the campfire. But given that, we did still see similar trends with iron, manganese, and aluminum, and then of course the sedimentation side of it, which is consistent with all of these fires. So next slide, and I believe that's it for me, and I'm kicking it over to Katie. So thanks, Katie, for letting me not talk the whole time.
Thanks, Griffin. So the next one was the Dixie Fire. It occurred in 2021, and this one was unique due to its substantial size. Almost 1 million acres burned in this fire. However, the area is sparsely populated, so structure damage was comparatively low, but damage to important upper watersheds was high. Fortunately, the following winter was a low rainfall year comparatively, which helped the area following that fire. The Feather River Watershed Working Group that we discussed had just formed due to the North Complex fire, and in the Dixie, 1/3 of the watershed burnt, and so we continued to grow and solidify those relationships between the existing agencies. Next slide. With the large burn area and the limited resources, which can include laboratory funds as well as staff time, this area has limited roads and access. So it may be a few miles between point A and B as the crow flies, but it could take 1 or 2 hours due to the limited route options. We knew that there would be turbidity increases in those remote areas, and those flushes can sometimes be difficult to catch with grab samples. So instead, as with the North Complex, we focused on areas with homes and anthropogenic sources for grab and lab samples. This came down to 3 sampling locations that were downstream of the burned structures. PCBs and PAHs were analyzed, but were always below reporting limits. And we saw the same trends with other constituent exceedances that we had seen in previous fires, like those total dissolved aluminum, iron, and manganese, turbidity, and the BACT samples. Next slide, please. So the park fire occurred last summer in 2024. This is the most recent fire in our area that we performed post-fire water quality sampling for. The fire was similar to Dixie in the type of area that burned, but with smaller acreage. Most of the structure damage was concentrated in 2 communities, but there are multiple important anadromous streams that flow through the park fire perimeter. Unlike the Dixie Fire, the winter that followed this fire was substantial. Our first major storm occurred in November, and some of the upper watershed saw up to 17 inches of rain in 3 days. Then in February, we had another large storm with up to 15 inches over 4 days, but we saw a larger increase in flow with that storm due to the saturated soil conditions. Next slide. So I had an extra slide in here because given all these post-fire responses, how do we create or decide what our response is going to be? We continue to leverage our relationship with the Feather River Working Group. DWR offered to help with sample collection as well as performing field measurements on those anadromous streams. They also installed some continuous turbidity monitors that they had funding for. We chose 3 locations, just like Dixie, for sampling grab samples downstream of the communities. We also coordinated those samples with existing DWR gauges. So one of them was able to be at an existing stream gauge, and eventually they installed a continuous turbidity sensor at that location as well, which I can share in the link if anybody's interested. And next slide, please. Yeah, there we go.
Sorry about that. Or is
It's
that where we
okay.
are? Yeah, okay.
Yep, that's where we are. We saw similar results that we saw to the previous two iterations. High dissolved metals and sampling following future rain events showed high total metals paired with turbidity, which was likely soil related. And again, PCBs and pHs were non-detected at these locations. Next slide, please. When making a sampling plan, we have to account time for all of the other post-fire activities that occur in our responsibility areas. So I just have a quick list of those here. We have complaint follow-up. We help our other state agencies with debris and hazard tree removal, as we've discussed. And then we also see an uptick in all of our permitted programs. And there is also usually an uptick in restoration projects with local RCDs that we consult and do visits on. Next slide. Lastly, looking forward as sort of like a lessons learned, we want to continue to leverage those SONs and continuous monitoring resources, because grab samples can be limited in hoping that you grab something that's representative of the watershed in that one moment. Our PCBs and pHs, when the structure count is not high, they are difficult to get in grab surface water samples. So in the future, we want to look at possible sediment slug sampling. And then the most important thing, as someone had mentioned before, is just maintaining and strengthening those cross-agency relationships, determining who the appropriate contact is and maintaining those. And next slide. That's it.
And one thing to add on the looking forward, for at least our experience in Northern California, it always rains at night and on the weekends, which makes it extremely difficult to get some of the post runoff events. But with our work with Department of Water Resources, we've been trying to get a little bit better at responding to runoff events and having that coordination with DWR and helping hopefully to support their continuous sampling ability, as well as utilizing their existing stream gauges. We're getting a little bit better at being able to pick, the kind of that peak to falling limb of the storms, where we're trying to get the most concentrated runoff that would actually be coming from these the anthropogenic sources. But yeah, nights and weekends is unfortunately when it decides to do that. So.
Awesome, great, thank you. And I've done, I remember doing first flush sampling when I worked at Region 5 in the Sacramento office, and it was always nights or weekends. I'm going to move us forward. I would encourage you, if you have questions, thank you, Griffin and Katie, for your presentation. If you have questions, go ahead and put them in the chat, or feel free to email directly. Also, we will have some time during the council discussion. We're going to set aside a little bit of time for the presenters, for people to ask questions of the presenters. So if you're still around and you presented at that time, we're going to ask you to put on your camera, to turn on your camera, so that you can, in case we'll have a few minutes for questions, and then we'll launch into the council discussion. But at this point, I'm going to move us on to the next item, which is more research focused. We've got Jack Webster and Sandrine Matasik. Sorry if I butchered that one. From CSU Chico, we're going to present a little bit on their research, post-fire monitoring and research. And I believe you are sharing your screen. So if you're ready to go, feel free to turn on your camera and share your screen and your slides.
Yeah, I'm just having a hard time choosing which screen to share.
Yeah.
It's a little different, but let's see. Let's try this and see how it looks. Okay, so gonna get this. All right, how does this look?
We see your speaker notes. So
Wrong screen. Okay.
If you go to the display settings at the top of this screen, you should be able to switch views.
Yeah.
And update for you.
Sorry about that. It was all set up and then it went all different.
We like a good spoiler around here. No worries.
Same thing happened to me. I'm not used to Zoom, and
I don't see my display
something's changed
settings.
recently, I think.
Right.
I apologize. I can't.
Right next to your cursor says display settings. It was show
Okay.
taskbar, display
Right in the
settings.
middle.
Yeah. Move your cursor up. See end slideshow, go left.
I don't see that.
Move your mouth up.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yep, I got it. I'm really sorry. Okay, where are?
Swap present.
Are we good now?
There we go.
Okay.
Perfect.
I haven't started teaching this semester yet, so I'm rusty. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Laurie, and thanks everyone for being here. It's great to follow Griffin and Katie. They did a lot of great introductory work. My name is Sandrine Matizek, and with my colleague Jackson Webster at Chico State, we're gonna talk about our work in Northern California, focused on capturing water quality effects of recent wildfires. Just keep in mind that we are going to show you some snapshots of some pretty detailed studies, so we definitely have more to talk about should you be interested. So this work was, here we go. This work would not have been possible without lots of people. It was definitely a collaborative effort and many sources of funding. So as you just heard, in Northern California, we're exposed to fire. Our region has experienced 4 of the most destructive fires in California history over the last 7 years. So in this presentation, we're going to focus on 3 of them. The top pictures that you're seeing here, they present a range of degrees of burning and types of burning and degrees of destruction. So the Camp Fire 2018 with nearly 20,000 structures burned. The 2020 North Complex Fire with destruction of structures in the thousands, and then the Park Fire, which it was slightly less destructive as far as numbers of structures burned. So when we think about water quality impacts of fire, there's many factors to consider. It's a complex picture. Knowing the background water chemistry is important, and that's generally well known. Then you have to consider the effects of the fire on the natural landscape, which are more moderately understood. But then when thinking about destructive fires like the Camp Fire, there are many additional sources of potential contaminants to consider, which we're going to describe more in a few slides. So when focusing on the fire effects on the watershed, as vegetation and soils burn, charcoal and ash are going to be left behind. Not all the carbon that burns is volatile, so there's going to be charred residues that contain complex organics like PAHs and benzene polycarboxylic acids, BPCAs. Ash contains the minerals that didn't volatilize, so metals are going to be enriched in the ash, in those residues, and they can be oxidized or reduced. And all of these physical and chemical changes are going to affect soil stability. So we know there's going to be an increased runoff as well as erosion. But most importantly is the fact that the degree of burning is a key driver for watershed response, and really makes things complex and makes each fire very unique. So bringing it back to water quality after wildfire, destabilized soil is going to promote ash, and sediment export. There's also leaching of the burn landscape. So together, they contribute to an increase in export of sediment, of dissolved organic carbon, nutrients, as well as metals, both total, which means unfiltered, more particulate bound, and dissolved metals, which means filter passing in the colloidal fraction. Thinking more specifically about destructive fires, there are many additional sources to consider. So looking at these pictures after the campfire, there are appliances and furniture in burnt homes. Cars are going to be a source of various metals. Grocery stores can be a source of all of the above, but also things like burnt plastic, like as you can see in that top picture with burnt shopping carts. The other concern that we were dealing with were trailer parks that present an additional concern due to the lack of foundation, so potentially more impact on water quality. So we, following these destructive fires in our region, we worked to broadly characterize sources of water contaminants. We expected metals, PAHs, but also wondered about potentially other emerging contaminants. So our first study was after the campfire. We collected hundreds of storm runoff samples in 5 watersheds. It was a very wet year after the campfire. And 2 of these watersheds had pre-fire data. So what you're seeing here are the results of the metal study with total concentrations, and we documented an increase in metal concentrations after burning with increases in concentrations 1 to 3 orders of magnitude for zinc, especially lead and chromium. When comparing watersheds, we found that metal export increased significantly with the number of burned structures per urban acre. And I'm going to pass it on to Jackson.
All right. Thanks, Sandrine. Yeah, so, and then following up, we're going to jump ahead to the, we'll come back to the campfire in a second, but we're going to jump ahead to the North Complex fire, where we started looking at characterizing the sources of these metals in the watershed based on the particular ashes and characterizing the ashes. I'll just say a quick note also on that previous slide. I mean, one of the great things that the lesson learned here is it's great to have pre-fire data. That's one of the things that we don't have in a lot of these post-fire environments. There just isn't that pre-fire data. So we were very lucky there. Next slide. So what we found in the North Complex, one of the key takeaways here is that the different ashes contain different amounts of metal. And what's highlighted in red, you're looking at the total metal as a percentage of the ash. And you can see that like soil and burned vegetation are relatively low compared to like the structure and vehicle ash, which is a little bit higher, right? So we have this increasing metal concentration through the different types of ash. And then each of those particular types of ash have their own kind of metal signature. So if we look at vehicle ash, for example, next slide, Sandrine, you can see that just looking at the vehicle ash, like titanium is really high compared to the rest of the metals that's in box C there, but also zinc, copper, lead, chromium, right? So the usual suspects that we just saw in all of the runoff data, we're seeing that vehicle ash is really elevated in these metals, which kind of suggests that vehicles are actually maybe a major source of these metals in these urban watersheds following fire. Next. So going back to the campfire, we also looked at emerging contaminants and organic contaminants. One of the key things that we found was that the compound pentachlorophenol was detected in 90% of the samples. We found this immediately following the fire in the runoff, and it was relatively high concentrations compared to the rest of the chemical constituents. So, lesson learned here, we found this in those first runoff samples, and so it's really important to get out there and collect these immediately in that first flush. That's where we saw the highest concentrations of the pentachlorophenol. Later in the year, and this kind of speaks to doing kind of temporal studies, later in the year in May, the stormwater around town was dominated more by industrial compounds, vehicle-related compounds, so probably more related to the cleanup efforts. And then coming back in the fall, it was dominated by herbicides. So people coming out and trying to kind of manage their landscapes and prevent biomass from growing. So kind of interesting there. One thing to note too about the pentachlorophenol, that's a precursor for dioxins. It's actually the compound that has the highest yield of dioxins for any chlorinated compound. So we'll come back to that in a second. We also did non-targeted suspect screening using high resolution mass spectrometry, just looking at what could be in these water samples that we aren't looking for. And one of the things that we found was that there were high levels of PFAS, again, immediately following the fire, and it tapers off over time. So we saw it immediately in November, but not so much even in January. And just to note, there were no aerial firefighting foams used. So this all came from materials in the campfire. Next slide. This led to a kind of a follow-up study, and this was a study of opportunity where we were able to just, while we were out, well, actually after the water year, we went out and collected BMPs from around the campfire area. We collected straw and compost wattle, and we compared these two different materials for their contaminant uptake. And we looked at both PFAS and dioxins and metals in these different materials. Next slide. And what we found, like for PFAS, for example, we didn't see that the straw accumulated much PFAS at all. We did get some hits for PFAS in different compost filter socks around town and also in the sediments. Those had kind of a similar profile. So what that kind of tells us is that the sediments are likely transporting these PFAS compounds. Those are being entrained in the compost filter sock, not so much in the straw wattle. And then in terms of dioxin, next slide. Sorry, I'm going kind of quick here because I know we're already running a little late. But in terms of dioxins, we did find like particular locations throughout the town that had multiple dioxin congeners. We frequently found OCDD in like all of our samples, and that could be just from biomass burning, doesn't necessarily come from urban materials, but some of these other ones are likely are. We didn't find any dioxin in the straw BMPs. We did see it in the compost filter sock. We did see it in the sediments. Next slide. Okay, and this brings us to where we're at now. We're currently working on the park fire. The work that we're doing is looking at metal speciation and particularly oxidation reduction of arsenic and chromium in the soils in Big Chico Creek and what's being mobilized into the Big Chico Creek watershed. And this slide here gives you a sense of the level of monitoring that we're doing. So and one of the great things here is that, well, it's not great the Big Chico Creek watershed burned, but Big Chico Creek was our reference watershed after the campfire because it didn't burn in the campfire. So we had pre-fire data from an unburned watershed that then burned this last year. And so now we have the post-fire water quality data. And this is the level of detail. We're targeting every storm, trying to get base flow, rising and falling limb of the hydrograph, and trying to get every major storm throughout the winter. And we'll probably continue to do that through this next year, and doing a whole suite of different analyses on these. So the lesson here again, getting out, sampling storms, whether it's the middle of the night or whatever, we're using this California, Nevada, what is our regional forecast center? Yeah, so it basically forecasts the hydrograph timing. It's a great tool. We use this to figure out when the peak flows are going to be, and then we are able to capture those peaks, and that's how we get the data that we're after here. So our final slide, generally, like others have said, we're seeing increased metal export. This definitely has a correlation to the number of structures that are burned and the number of vehicles. We're seeing pesticides, pharmaceuticals, other things that are kind of emerging contaminants after fire. So not everything is being, oxidized into CO2 in terms of organics. PCP being probably the major compound for urban burning as a signature or tracer. And some final notes. I mean, the urban fire science world is still an emerging field, and there's a lot to learn. There's just, we still don't know what all is being created, what all is being released, and these fires are kind of a new occurrence in a lot of ways. So there's a lot more to be done, and I'm really happy to see that protocols are being established, that there's protocols for sampling and analysis. People are thinking about this. It was really a little bit of the Wild West, I think, in the campfire, and it's emerged. It's becoming more coordinated, and I'm happy to see that. But I think there's still work to be done there too, obviously. So, yeah. So thank you all for your time, and we'll leave it there.
Well, thank you both, Sandrine and Jackson. Really appreciate your presentation. Yeah, definitely standard protocols are what the Monitoring Council is all about. So you came to the right place, and we hope to take advantage of some of your research and implement that into some of our recommendations. So thank you. We got one more presentation, and then we'll launch into a little bit of Q&A and some discussion. So let's see, last but not least, obviously, we have Renita Prasad, who is our State Board Quality Assurance Officer, and she's going to present on post-fire monitoring and data quality. So Renita, you can go ahead and share your screen.
I think I sent you my slides too.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I will share my screen then.
Thank you.
Lost track for a minute. All right. Let's go navigate to your first slide. Okay. There you go.
Oh, back one. I don't know why I went to the.
Oops. I pressed the button too hard and it went forward too. All right, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Renita Prasad, Quality Assurance Officer with the Office of Information Management and Analysis at the State Water Boards. And today I'll be speaking on how we can incorporate quality management practices in post-fire water quality monitoring and highlight the effort that OEMA is leading for post-fire monitoring. Next slide. So moving to this slide shows some of the big impact areas from wildfires. As mentioned in earlier presentations, such as sediments from increased erosion, influx of nutrients, release of metals, potential HAB formations, and infrastructure damage. And the impact from these can be substantial and really highlights the importance of post-monitoring and the need for data of known quality for decision-making. And we feel that this can be strengthened with QA integration. And this will be the foundation of the monitoring framework that we are building. Next slide. So in OEMA, we are trying to actively build out this framework for post-fire monitoring. We are incorporating what we believe is important, which are quality management and assurance practices. OEMA is uniquely positioned to dedicate resources for this framework to incorporate QA principles by having the role as QA officer. However, we also understand that we're not alone in this effort and would like to work collaboratively with other groups who are supporting post-fire monitoring, as we've seen in the earlier presentations for today's meeting, through their own efforts, so there can be a cohesive approach to fit the different needs. The goal of this framework is to develop an intentional approach during fires through a data-driven response. And because we understand that with the frequency of fires in California, we need something in place that can support post-fire monitoring. The framework that we're developing is not an emergency response during the fire event, but from a data quality perspective for data collection when conditions are safe to do so after a wildfire event ends. The overall idea behind this framework is to be more proactive rather than reactive, so there can be long-term data available to be used for a water quality assessment. With this framework set up, there can be a standardized process for post-fire monitoring and data tracking that can be used to inform for future projects and future decision-making. Developing this framework is still in its introductory stage in OEMA, but has been categorized so far in 3 phases, which I'll go over in the next slide. So the 3 phases are the pre-monitoring phase, and this is the planning phase within the framework. This will be the heaviest lift in terms of workload because the plans developed in this phase of the framework will be used to define the resources for sampling, for data management, for data collection, and developing a communication network and structure with relevant partners before a wildfire event, and is what the active and post-monitoring phases will be built upon. Active monitoring is the coordination and implementation phase of the framework, and this is where the level of work is somewhat lessened because the necessary resources and objective have been defined, and now coordination and networking can continue with the relevant groups and partners for the immediate response and post-fire monitoring after a fire event. And then there's post-monitoring, which is the assessment phase of the framework. And this can be thought of as the lighter lift because it focuses on assessing the acute and long-term impact of a wildfire event with systems and communication pathways already established. These are the key ideas we're looking to implement with this framework, while also keeping QA in mind and data quality as a focus. Next slide. So to incorporate quality management and quality assurance into this framework, the idea is to treat each wildfire monitoring event like a rapid response QA project plan and integrate core QA concepts, which are identify clear objectives, meaning what is the purpose of the monitoring, what kind of data is to be collected, and what decisions the data will support. Define the roles and responsibilities by building your network and identifying what group is doing field collection, analysis, the reporting, and communicating to the public. And defining your data quality objectives, such as what thresholds are the data being compared to and what level of sensitivity is required for the decision the data will support. Having standardized sampling and analytical methods by outlining common analytes, which this would also determine the methods that are selected for analysis. And then defining the data management strategy. So how is the data stored? How will it be shared across agencies? And how will it be made public? And the data management strategies here are really important to be defined for data availability for the long-term assessment, as well as public transparency. So with all of this in mind, I'll go through the approach for each phase, starting with the pre-monitoring and planning phase on the next slide. So during the pre-monitoring phase of this framework, this is where it involves the planning and immediate response. So during planning is when the data quality objectives would be defined to help understand what the data is going to be used for when it comes to decision making. During this phase is also preparation for the initial water quality assessment, which would typically be 1 week to 2 months after a wildfire event, when it's safe to go out there and begin your sample collection. And this would then be the baseline for comparability for the long-term assessment. QA concepts that are integrated into this framework or this phase are identifying your communication structure. This is where information pathways would be established early on to ensure information and decisions are shared clearly across each group that's involved in the monitoring efforts, and thinking about how to ensure data is comparable and accessible. So for example, what is the data being compared to? What is the minimum amount of data that will be collected? And where will the data be accessed? like which database, and if or when it'll be made available to the public. These are typically determined during planning when defining those data quality objectives. The idea is really to have this framework in place to identify and prompt what kind of questions that should be answered and processes that need to be developed to support the monitoring effort. So it is a big lift, but the recommendation from a QA perspective would be for the state board and the regional boards to develop a plan and define the DQOs to put in place for the next wildfire event based on this framework that is being developed. In the next slide, I can go over a few things to consider when, defining the DQOs. DQOs, one, are important for data quality, and it involves defining the decision questions. So by defining what management or regulatory decisions the data will support, such as, is it safe for drinking water? Are habitats at risk? And then identifying data comparability, such as what thresholds the data is being compared to, like the California Toxic Rule, the California Ocean Standards, drinking water standards, or other regulatory requirements. And then also establishing the data quality needs, such as setting clear expectations for precision, accuracy, and sensitivity, which is required in making sure that the results are fit for the purpose of the data collection. And then also addressing uncertainty and emergency conditions by acknowledging that post-fire monitoring involves difficult conditions, a rapid response, and limited resources that can try to be planned for in the pre-monitoring phase. Defining the data quality objectives, it's not a small task, but it will definitely make sampling and data collection more seamless if they're defined before monitoring, because then it can help to ensure that the right data of the right quality is then collected to guide those urgent decisions and then also hold up to the long-term assessment and data use. And there are other considerations to keep in mind during planning, aside from the data quality objectives, that I will go into on the next slide. So having this framework in place can also help with planning considerations, such as planning the sampling design, which involves understanding the sampling locations, meaning knowing what kind of water source is impacted, and if there are protected aquatic species in the area. These are concerns that need to be thought about when planning for sampling. And other early considerations would be establishing the priorities with limited resources by defining the parameters, which may be either chemical, bioassessment, or observational, depending on the data used, and by developing a default parameter list based on previous monitoring data rather than a full seed analysis. And then additionally, to consider building the monitoring strategy with QA in mind by defining the objectives for data use and what the data will be compared to prior to monitoring, and define data across agencies and to the public. So working within this framework and taking into these considerations in this pre-monitoring phase will help prepare for the active monitoring phase, where those plans, those resources, and those partner networks that have been developed are now put into action. And I'll go over that in the next slide. So the active monitoring phase of this framework is when the implementation and coordination of the plan are put into play. With the limited resources and objectives already identified, monitoring of water body conditions can be carried out more effectively with the ability to adapt to changing concerns by having a plan in place. With a network established, meetings would continue with the involved programs to coordinate monitoring after the fire ends based on the conditions and concerns. And by implementing QA into this framework, the SOPs are defined and the communication structure is already in place to be able to tap into to better coordinate the data collection and to continue those post-monitoring efforts. Next slide. The post-monitoring phase of this framework looks at assessment through comparable testing to determine acute and long-term impacts from a wildfire, like the immediate public health concerns, such as is the water safe for recreation or if the water is safe to drink, and ecosystem concerns after multiple fires over, say, a 2 to 5 year period. QA integration in this phase of the framework refers back to the data quality objectives, and that having them defined would then lead to long-term data comparability. So with this framework in place, data can be tracked over several years to see its natural progression and its impacts over time. Next slide. So we understand that the framework must be flexible to understand the various water bodies and scenarios, which is why we're trying to build this framework with an intentional approach that can be applied across various monitoring scenarios and different water bodies, whether it is drinking water reservoirs, stormwater runoff, lakes, habitat monitoring, or whichever the needs may be. The framework is being developed as a standardized process for post-fire monitoring efforts and is being designed to be flexible and worked within to establish goals for various monitoring scenarios. And so when developing this framework, there's also quality management and assurance tools to keep in mind that may be helpful that I'll go over in the next slide. So helpful things to incorporate would be documentation tools, process tools, or review tools. And these tools are beneficial to consider have built up front into the plan, if not already done so, to help with the documentation and then to also understand the conditions that are in the field to help inform the quality of the data. And even with tools and framework in place, emergency post-fire monitoring brings real challenges. And that is what some of this framework is trying to address, which I'll go over in the next slide. So the challenges that may be addressed with this framework are unclear objectives by defining objectives and decisions questions before monitoring, data inconsistencies by determining the standardized methods and default parameter list beforehand, or incomplete data sets by defining data requirements and baseline data for long-term comparability. And then data sharing and public accessibility by defining data management strategies for data accessibility in a reasonable timeframe. Addressing these challenges are essential, and being able to tap into this framework with the defined objectives, the established partner networks, and a collaborative approach, which has been emphasized across the presentations today, can overcome some of these challenges and minimize their impact to support the different agency efforts during post-fire monitoring. And the next slide has my contact information. So if there's any questions or anyone wants to begin collaborating, please feel free to send me an email.
Great, thank you, Renita. Great presentation. I think that's the best explanation of data quality objectives that I've ever seen. So appreciate that. Okay, now we're going to switch gears. And first I want to, apologize for the sort of the flash talk format here where there wasn't much time for questions. So at Greg's suggestion, I'm going to give the council members and participants an opportunity to ask questions of the presenters. So if you are a presenter, if you presented during this meeting, if you wouldn't mind turning on your camera, and then if anyone has questions, go ahead and use the raise hand feature for any of the presenters that are still here. Oh, yes. And also, if you have questions, you can type them in the chat.
This is Ray Heimster, the public member. I just want to make a comment about, all of the presentations are great. But I think the presentations on all the work that was done about the fires in the LA region were super informative, and it's going to give me as the public member a lot of information to distribute, because I know a lot of people don't, have questions, and, well, they didn't get answers right away, but there's obviously been such a tremendous amount of work. And I was just literally looking at the multiple websites of maps and information, and the squirt presentation with that massive field of data collection. And I had one of my interns here, and I was kind of explaining how, that stuff we regularly do, but we were able to pull that together. So anyway, I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you to all the presenters and everybody for the work on that, because I think it's really important.
Thank you, Ray. I see Brian. I think you're next with your hand up.
Oh, quick with my hand. Yeah, I would think they were great presentations, super informative. Really, I actually kind of like the format of having it all together like that. So I appreciate everyone's effort in that. My question is maybe for the water boards or entities that are maybe funded by the water boards. Aside from general characterization of pre and post conditions, or characterizing changes, were there other sort of clear objectives of the water board's work? I mean, I'm just sort of trying to think about like public health and safety protection or anything like that. Were there other, aside from, I saw a lot of water quality objectives up there of different kinds and different exposure periods, but I was wondering if there was a more specific sort of direct, I know these things kind of have to happen quickly, but I was wondering if there's a specific sort of objective to, not water quality objective, but overall study objective that they were trying to accomplish with that work.
Anybody from the regional board want to chime in? Either Los Angeles Regional Board or Central Valley?
I think just speaking from my perspective at the LA board, public health was our primary concern. And then as the dust settled, it has turned into an opportunity to do ad hoc kind of post sample collection analysis. Ideally, there's more data still coming in, right? Because analysis can take a while. We're also working with various agencies, and everybody has their own kind of timeline, either permit requirements or otherwise, for getting data in. And so with Alvina's help, we're going to move into more of the analytical space now. But yeah, I mean, initially it was just very much a public health kind of response.
Yeah, say from Central Valley Board, very similar. That was kind of the number one. But I think for us, like the work that Sandrine and Jackson have been able to do, because we were definitely interested in the debris hazard removal side of things, some of the recovery activities, and if we could pull out any pertinent information on, different practices that can be employed to help with the overall runoff, but also some of the, how well the BMP deployments were actually making improvements or at least helping. And so I know for us, the grab sampling, surface water sampling was kind of limited in information, but hoping that it spurs some of that additional analysis from, folks that are geared to be able to do that.
All right, thank you. I thought I saw another hand up. Do you have any more
Steve
questions?
had his hand up.
I had my hand up.
Oh, there.
I'm debating whether to ask this question. I'm going to go ahead and ask it. First off, Lori, just congratulations. Your first meeting, you put together a wonderful agenda and wonderful presentations by all. My question, and I don't want to make this a political question, I want to make it a technical question, is you did not have any federal presentations here, and I did not hear much about, I heard a lot of collaboration within the state between local jurisdictions and state level jurisdictions. I did not hear much in the way of federal participation. I'm actually involved with NOAA on a lot of things, And I know NOAA does a lot of things with regards to fire, post-fire predictions. Are those relationships going well? And are there things that the council can do to maybe enhance those?
Say from my perspective, and Crystal might be able to shed some more light on this too. We absolutely coordinate with federal partners. For us, we work as closely as we can, specifically with the U.S. Forest Service on their burned area emergency response reports and plans, as well as suppression repair. So maybe not so much on the water quality sampling and analysis, but more so on the recovery and trying to ensure that suppression repair activities take place, that we have at least some information we can share with the public if there's concerns on that. And then I know that, like you mentioned, NOAA and some of those agencies are also pretty involved in the incident command structure, as well as post-fire debris modeling, the soil burn severity mapping that occurs with USGS and our state work teams. But yeah, I'll stop there. And yeah, Crystal, you probably have some more information on that.
Yeah, I mean, that covers a lot of it. So, I mean, when we're in the State Operations Center, or the Joint Field Office, or any of these other like coordination groups, NOAA is there. And we rely on their forecasting for post-fire debris flow, potential and risks and thresholds. And they're working with, like Griffin said, our CAL FIRE work teams, watershed emergency response teams, to help identify critical thresholds. Same for the USGS. They're typically involved in this process too, through their debris flow modeling. And then US EPA, we coordinated with them on the response. They were sitting right next to me in the field office in LA. So they're there, just not specific to the water quality monitoring efforts as much, but there's definitely communication and coordination going on there.
Good to hear. I mean, the one thing I tend to come at more from a science perspective rather than from a response perspective. But one thing I'm aware of is that they have built some models that essentially they're weather-based models that predict where you would get deposition from plumes. And so the more that we connect with that kind of work to the monitoring work that we're doing, or maybe even use that to help drive where some of the monitoring work should go, maybe not on the fires that have already taken place, but maybe into the future, if they're providing kind of real time, this is where the plume, the smoke plume is going, then that might help guide some of our future monitoring. But sounds like the interactions are good, so thank you.
And just one thing to add to what you said, Steve. So the NOAA group that is developing this model is part of the network, and we also working with NASA JPL. So we are trying to make use of those modeling to help predict where things go and where we could sample.
Fantastic.
Thanks for bringing that up, Steve. All right, we've got two more hands here. Peter Broom has a question.
Yeah, I was just curious. I know that today's discussion has been primarily focused on water quality monitoring, but are there any companion studies going on in your organizations to look at short and long-term bioassimilation into the vegetation and animal communities from a lot of these chemicals that you've been talking about?
I can speak for our network. So we do have one group that's looking at kelp forest and impacts, and we're trying to tie all those things together. But the biological monitoring is one that we call that right away as being missing. And often when it's happening in isolation. So we do have a couple of groups that are looking at endangered species, but some of the parameters that they measure alongside those have nothing to do with fires. And so it's been difficult to tie all those things together. But we do have at least two groups that are really active in Santa Monica Bay area looking at biological responses. And we're also working with Cal Coffee, who collected a bunch of samples before and after the fires, and they're planning to do some eDNA. But this is going to take time, fundings, and resources. But we will hopefully have those to bring all this together eventually.
That sort of monitoring probably too would fall more within California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I don't think they participate in these meetings, but maybe they would be a good participant at some point, because there is overlap when we're talking about water quality and aquatic species. But I do know CDFW did do and has done quite a bit of work in the post-fire environment with us too. I just can't speak on behalf of them. But maybe at some point we'll get a chance to bring them in to this group.
Good question. I see one more hand from Clifton Herman.
Yeah, hi. I'll lower this hand. Yeah, my name is Clifton Herman. I work at the San Mateo Resource Conservation District as water quality specialist. First of all, I'll just thank all of you so much for these presentations. They're fantastic. I have so many things to look up now and links to follow up on, and all of these portals and different resources that were provided today were fantastic. This is my first monitoring council meeting, so it's been great to join. It's, I guess, maybe more of a comment than a question, and related to what Stephen had said earlier about federal partners. I heard at one point Griffin and Katie with the Central Valley Regional Board had mentioned that they had worked a little bit with their local RCD. And it sounds like there is a lot of, all the talk about collaboration and like pre-planning and all of this stuff. I think there are a lot of opportunities for coordination and collaboration with your local RCDs. So maybe that would be a good topic, Katie and Griffin, to talk about, maybe at like a regional board roundtable or something, to share your experiences working with the RCD, how they were able to support you. Yeah, I think that, the type of work that we do fits really nicely into a lot of this. And I was excited to hear that an RCD was involved, but I think that there's potentially more opportunities for your local RCDs to support these efforts that y'all are working on.
Yeah, thanks for that comment. Yeah, we've really enjoyed working with the RCDs. We've worked pretty heavily with Western Shasta, Tehama County, and Butte RCD in these areas, and it's I think every one of our experiences has been really positive. So.
Yeah, and having worked at the state board in the past, and now, being in an RCD, I can really see how well positioned RCDs are to help with some of these types of projects, be it implementation or, grant writing, or even just sort of serving as a good conduit to help move the money around in the way that helps everybody else. So yeah, just wanted to toss that in there. And again, thank all of you.
Great, thanks for your comment, Clifton. Any more questions?
Lori, we have one in the chat. I'll read it out.
Oh, sorry.
I'll read it out. So great presentations and questions from all. Was there any collaboration or communication with the County of Maui or State of Hawaii following the 2023 Lahaina fires?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, who wants to answer?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. During when they were going on, OES sent people physically over there, Cal OES did, to help facilitate Maui's response to that. And we were contacted, the water board, because the Feather River Watershed Working Group that Griffin was talking about earlier, we developed a lessons learned document for post-fire watershed coordination. And Cal OES wanted to give Maui a copy of that to help them with their transition to recovery and what water quality sampling might look like in larger watershed recovery, and the type of coordination, interagency coordination that they might want to do. So that was one area. And then actually, because California sent resources over to Lahaina for their recovery during the LA fires, there were actually folks from Hawaii sitting down the table for me. They also sent resources back. So there was, cross collaboration and coordination between the states too. And then Griffin and I participated, what was that, maybe a month ago, in that meeting with US EPA and Hawaii, to kind of just rehash some of the lessons learned between our different states and the post-fire environment. Did that answer your question? Oh, that was a written question.
Yes, thanks.
Great. Was there another response to the question? There were a couple of people talking. We have another hand. I see Grant has his hand raised.
I do. Thank you very much, Lori, and thank you to everyone who presented today. I found the information very helpful. Thanks for all the resources as well. So thinking about this from a local stormwater program perspective. And when you're talking stormwater programs, you're talking mostly cities and counties. We do a lot of monitoring of our local receiving waters and our drainage infrastructure. We have pretty comprehensive monitoring programs already in place. I think what strikes me is from these presentations, it took some pretty heroic efforts. Fortunately, we've got some great organizations within the state government, but folks like Alvina and the team at SCORP able to come in and organize and kind of orchestrate and coordinate quarterback monitoring, if you will. I'm just wondering, my question to you, no one in particular, but anyone who wants to take a stab at this, might there be an opportunity, and I'm not suggesting this is something that the council necessarily takes on, but I'm a firm believer in doing things on a regional basis, and kind of using the Stormwater Monitoring Coalition and the regional monitoring efforts that we've developed through that. Is there an opportunity to perhaps use some of these experiences in Northern California and Los Angeles to have potentially the framework of a post-fire monitoring program in place, so that as these events happen, we're somewhat already prepared? Because I think what we find is that the local agencies, cities and counties, and I'm speaking a little bit from personal experience, I'm not speaking for everyone, but we're not quite sure how to plug our resources into the overall effort. So my question is, is there an opportunity to do things maybe on a regional scale and kind of get ahead of, proactively prepare for some of these events? Thank you.
Well, I think that's a great question and transition to the moderated discussion. So rather than me just sit here and answer that, I'll give you my thoughts, Grant, of course, but I'll open it up, because I think yes is the short answer is yes. I think there's a huge opportunity for the council and the state of California to provide some leadership on this topic. So let's shift into that a little bit. And I think one of the ways that we've thought about it at the state board and with Ocean Protection Council's help to prepare for this meeting today was to sort of pre-think some of the topics and areas where I think the council in particular could help. And let me first frame this as maybe think of level of efforts. So there's things that probably the council could do today that are like low hanging, relatively easy resource things, websites, collection of resources, establish a working group that does some things with our volunteer army, so to speak. And then there's like another level up that, well, actually, let me skip the middle level. And the highest level would be if we get dedicated resources to do more things, which I think is not off the table. I think this is an important topic, and I think people recognize the need and the importance of risk communication, in particular after fires, especially with the encroachment into our urban spaces. So this is not off the table in my mind to go for some resources, or at least identify work that would be done if we had, prioritized if we had resources. The middle level is interesting to me. It's always been sort of where I find a lot of, I don't know, just personal joy, I guess, is of developing partnerships. And so like leveraging things that other people can do, and, what can we do to help them and how can they help us? I think there's a fair amount of space in there that's sort of above the low-hanging fruit category and below the getting dedicated millions of dollars kind of a category. So that's how I would sort of frame our thought process is, think about some of those resource categories, if you will. And then the other sort of, I'll just throw out a couple of sample ideas. Clearly what Renita and Andrew and the team in our quality branch have done is a great start. There's a lot of work that could be done. A lot of the things they talked about were aspirational tools. There are a lot of things in their presentation in particular that implied the who's going to do the work. So when it comes to planning for the next fire, I mean, I don't know where the next fire is. If somebody here knows where the next fire is, it'd probably be worth sharing. But if we knew that, then we could obviously tap them and say, hey, you need to start planning now. But in a vacuum of that information, I think what stands out is the state board has a clear role. The state and regional boards have a clear role to play. we do kind of lead on water quality in the state, and we have an opportunity really to help prepare some of that work. And so whether it's 9 coordinators with the regional boards plus state boards, EMP and Division of Water Quality and OEMA stepping in to help, or whether it's maybe one plan or North and state plans, depending on kind of how the resource partnership alignment plays out a little bit. But I think it's not unreasonable to think that the state could lead a lot of the planning efforts on that document or that framework, as well as some of the tools. I know in our little prep for this, we talked about things like data, the ability to predict what kind of data needs to be shared is pretty high probability right now. We have a pretty good handle on the kinds of data needs that happen after a fire in California. We understand there's going to be some surface water quality questions, sediment, exposure to humans, different management questions obviously will drive different sampling, but a lot of that sort of falls into categories that we already know about. So we could pre-think data stacks is kind of the word. And a stack is really just an easy way to think of a suitcase to carry around with you, or if you're planning for something, you have sort of technology stacks and data stacks in the IT world. And a technology stack would be, the suitcase and how good of a cordless toothbrush you want to bring, kind of a thing. A data stack would be you need to bring toothpaste and clothes and some other things. Like the common data things are going to be the same. And so to take that metaphor and make it actually useful, maybe, we're talking about drinking water and surface water and ambient questions that sort of arise. And the kinds of data that we have in those realms is known. So we could start building up formats and templates that would allow people to more quickly share and readily make accessible the data that comes in after a fire. Similar with technology, it seems like we could partner with folks at OES and Office of Data and Innovation and Department of Tech and other places and pre-think out some of these ready to deploy technology stacks that would allow us to quickly ingest and make use of the different kinds of data types that we're talking about with water quality. So those are kind of some interesting ideas that I think the council has a potential role to play, as well as the sort of more obvious council of guidance, protocols, monitoring guidance, lots of help with developing the management questions, organizing the threshold values into sort of ready to go things that allow people to more quickly understand which types of analytes and methods they're going to want to prescribe, as well as data quality objectives. So it all sort of fits together under that data quality framework in my head. But I've rambled enough. So now let's open it up and see what other people think.
Oh,
Caitlin.
perfect. Yeah, I was smiling the whole time, Grant. Again, perfect transition. And thank you, Greg. And that's where for today and this conversation for OPC, very interested in understanding, what is already in place. We aren't necessarily reinventing the wheel with Los Angeles, but there were lessons learned with Los Angeles on the coordination, but also on the data needs. So to kind of taking a step back to Grant, your question about, can we look at this regionally? I think there's that need as we're looking at a potential statewide framework or some sort of ready to go, very nimble, very mobile resource in a way that Alvina, SCWRP, working with the Los Angeles Regional Water Board, have done with that coordination piece that we could implement and deploy wherever wildfire takes place, as Greg, as you teed up. What I'm curious too is how to tailor that, less of a statewide general, but again, more of that local or regional characteristics or geographies or specific habitats, that may be more vulnerable, more sensitive, that do require additional resources, mitigation measures, monitoring post fire, et cetera, or depending on the timing of the wildfire. For what we saw this last January, was on the heels of a storm. So that was, I think, what really gave the push or the sense of additional urgency on the water quality side, is that everyone had to sprint. And that's where SCWRP came in, ensuring that, okay, do we have the resources in place? Who is doing what, where, and do we have the data quality protocols and process in place? And so there's certainly that opportunity to scale that, but in mind of what are the resources and questions and management needs that we have on that regional or local or very, again, habitat specific scale. Certainly looking at coastal habitats. Also then kind of gleaning lessons learned from this last January too, is there's so many immediate local management questions when it comes to beach closures, the public safety, public health, very visible. Then of course the debris response. How toxic is the silt, that's accumulating on the beaches? What do we do about this silt? What is safe? What is how to inform those management actions in response? But then also looking offshore at our fisheries. What are the fishery advisories that may or not need to be in place? What are the looking at OEHA and others? What are the thresholds that are being applied? Do we have the data? Is it based on the actual monitoring data, or do we have models and tools that we need to be rapid and responsive as these catastrophic events occur? So that's the immediate need, and then of course the long-term restoration and ongoing efficacy of the BMPs that were in place, et cetera. So there's a lot, but I also know that we're not starting from scratch. Greg, as you and then Rima's presentation, there's a lot of resources already in place that I think we can both scale and tailor in a really practical way.
Crystal.
Thank you. Hold on, let me put my hand down. If we're talking about local coordination and like regional frameworks, and to Caitlin's point, we do have some existing frameworks that we can use. The Feather River group that we've been talking about, sprinkled out throughout the last part of this afternoon, is a good example of a regional approach. We have, the RCD participates in that group. We also have another NGO, Sierra Institute, that participates. Plus we have the counties and the water districts and others, so that we are gaining that regional information, the information that the locals have to help inform our decision making and what sorts of frameworks make sense to support that effort. And I think we could take that concept from the Feather River group and scale it up for a larger regional framework for the type of work that OEMA is trying to do here, and the council is trying to do, to take all these lessons we've learned from different parts of the state and come up with a more statewide approach. It can be a little bit difficult to be fully statewide, but at the same time, when you're looking at what was found in LA and in Northern California, it's it's essentially the same type of analytes that we're seeing show up. So I do think there's an opportunity to leverage what we already have to create a statewide approach that could still have some adaptability for like a regional perspective, leveraging the type of working group platform, if that makes sense.
I like it.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand, but on that, I think there's probably a lot of other groups from more the county government level that state agencies may not be aware of, like the California State Association of Counties. There could be other avenues of even just presenting this information to get the conversation started, and at least making some of those connections that isn't necessarily on all of our radars from the state water board and regional water board side. So I think there's probably a lot of existing arenas that just need to connect some of the dots and really figure out what's missing, or how we could better broadcast that type of information and the type of information we discussed today, just to get those connections started.
Awesome. Thanks. Wes?
Yeah, great conversation today. Just some of the conversation was making me think about some of the work we do with CDFW OSPR, the Office of Spill Prevention and Response. And they have what they call geographic response plans, where they look at various areas where they can predict potential oil spills or where they may occur, and then develop sensitive site strategies to mitigate any response. So there's a lot of the emergency prep type activities, and it seems like you can identify your resources and also have analyte lists for what you expect based on past fires, and just build out that kind of geographic / regional specific program.
That's great. Thanks, Wes. Crystal, more?
Sorry, I just had one more thought. It popped up after I stopped yapping. There is the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. I think most of us are familiar with that. Their goal is increasing, pace and scale of forest management, wildfire risk reduction activities. But, there's potential for that to be an avenue for us to get the message out about what we're trying to do here with post-fire water quality monitoring as well. And the California Association of Counties is a part of the executive committee for that task force. So there's some pre-established connections, and the water boards does participate in that task force. So we could potentially leverage that, just an idea.
Great idea. Thank you. Go ahead and keep thinking and raise your hand or type in a question. But I think, synthesizing some of this information, I'm just going to bluntly suggest, because I can, and I think Caitlin will support this, that the council do take this on. The council members do take this on. And I suggest that we consider forming a working group, building off of the subcommittee that we had in place already with Krista and Steve from CSU sort of leading that group. So I think we ought to meet with them, sort of circle back to that group with the outcome of today's meeting, and suggest that the subcommittee kind of turn into a working group, or consider how to do that. Maybe there's still dual purposes to have two things. But either way, I think we ought to start with that group, because I want to honor the fact that they've been having a conversation around this topic for 2 years. And then I think, the easy thing to do, first of all, would be to develop an engagement plan, per Crystal and Griffin's and other people's input on suggestions for local groups and other existing organizations that we do want to reach out to, and not step on toes, and really understand how we best can fit in and engage. An engagement plan would be, I think, a really likely first step. We could bring in, the idea of federal, like how to delicately dance with the federal partners right now, as well as some of the other topics that we've come up with. So I think those are kind of first starts. I think, if they need some work to do as a working group, then I think a website. I think, developing some web presence of the existing resources, starting with presentations and URLs from today, seems like a no-brainer. Crystal, other thoughts that you have on this?
Yeah.
Caitlin or Crystal or others.
Oh, go ahead, Caitlin.
Oh, I'll go after you, Crystal.
Okay, no, I mean, I like the idea, especially the engagement strategy. I think that's going to be like the important first piece. I agree. Because yeah, we don't want to step on toes. We want to be strategic about how we engage, but it's good. I think it's a good strategy, and we'd be happy to support that if you need that, Greg.
And also on that, for this potential subcommittee to working group transition, I think it'd be helpful to understand, bullet out the resources needed too, maybe through this engagement strategy. Part of it, is that coordination, it's a data quality, the actual data reporting, how are we gaining and acquiring this data? As we saw from LA, there's these multiple data portals. What does this look like for other events? But physical sampling, of course, the analysis, any laboratory work, this may be separate. This more on potentially the emergency response side, but I'm curious more about the BMP installation, ongoing maintenance, funding. I mean, those are large, almost infrastructure dollars, depending on what's being installed. But just to better understand, what are the resources needed for that rapid, both monitoring and response component. And just another step back is understanding what are our information needs. Thank you so much, Wes, for the OSPR resources. Part of me wonders, are there gaps in their contingency planning that the state could help fill? Can we identify any other information needs when it comes to thresholds, et cetera, that could be highly valuable?
Thank you. Andrew.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, it sounds like we're just talking about surface water monitoring. Of course, we do a lot of monitoring with our water systems for drinking water, but I don't think that's where folks are. There doesn't seem to be too much interest from this group in that. Just based on, I think we've tried to raise it, but let us know if you'd like drinking water to participate. But from at least from what we've been talking about here, it's very surface water focused. And of course, when we're talking about direct public health impacts post-fire, I know Crystal knows this, we've worked with the MP a lot on it. That's really actually where the rubber hits the road. So just for folks to keep in mind on that.
Yeah, I don't think for me, it was an intentional exclusion. I always am reminded that the public doesn't understand the way we work at the state. And so when they think about the risks that they are exposed to after a fire event, for sure, drinking water is number one. And the other kinds of exposures all sort of blend together. And I think the council has a strong potential role to play in helping communicate all of that information. So I think really what happened was the planning for this event just had too many topics. And I think adding the can of worms of drinking water was potentially going to take on the whole agenda. So I would actually recommend that maybe Andrew, you, Lori, and I, and Caitlin talk about a future agenda that sort of focuses on the drinking water side. I think there's a huge potential for us to do similar kinds of lifting of other people's work. You know, the council is here not to do the actual monitoring, but to help address the public concerns about whether it's safe after a fire. And we know that they look at all sorts of places when on the websites and newspapers. Maybe the council can help support how people find information. So.
Sorry, I have another thing to add when we're talking about drinking water. So for that, again, for the Feather Group, we do have Cal Water, which is a small water system, but I think it's the largest one in that area. And then a couple other smaller water purveyors that participate in that group. And in particular, we've heard from that Cal Water office that participating in the group was really beneficial for them because they were able to get a heads up of, turbidity spikes that they could anticipate or other things that were coming that could potentially impact their surface water intakes and their treatment needs. So including drinking water as part of this, I think would make it more holistic and cover the broader picture.
Yeah, many of you have heard also my dream of having sort of a data ecosystem that works like a weather app, so that if you're traveling anywhere in California, you put in where you're at, it tells you where the water supply and the public water system comes from, and information about that, both water as well as the public water system. We're not there yet, as a whole, but we have pieces of that, and every fire, we learn more about what it takes to build out these data ecosystems. So we do have better and better system boundary data sets, but we don't have the sub boundary of the sub watershed of the drinking water system, if you will, that is really critical to communicate during the post-fire months. So anyway, there's a lot that I think the council can do to help advance the data as well as improve the information that's relayed. Steve?
Yeah, hi, Greg. Recall that yesterday and today is the California Water Data Summit at UC Davis. I attended yesterday. Greg, I was looking for you because you were registered, but I know you sent in some backups. And I used a lot of my day to explore who knows what about what, given data. Like we have a well project, for example. But that was a wealth of information and knowledge in that space. So maybe reaching out to people who are active in that group would help with inventorying information that we covered here.
Yeah, it's my bad coordination on setting the date for this meeting. I don't even know if the collaborative summit was announced when I set this date. But anyway, apologies for having it overlap. I know Robin Grimm and I have talked from the consortium, not to be confused with the collaborative, but Robin and I have talked about the idea of partnering on this topic of post-fire water data. So I think it's an easy step to engage the sort of the lead NGOs on water data in California. I think the question is really, what do we want to do? Because there's just a long list of things that could be done to improve data around this. So I appreciate that, and I will follow up. And I welcome anyone else here who has made connections at the collaborative event or within the community to just reach out, introduce people to me, set up a meeting. And Steve, really thank you and Krista for your leadership on for those who don't recall, Steve and Krista set up a subcommittee to talk about water, post-fire water quality monitoring a couple of years ago. And the intent was to write a white paper that really established the basis for the need to seek resources or to dedicate attention to the fact that we don't do a great job. We sort of reinvent things every time there's a fire in California. and that we don't have dedicated resources to do, let alone the post-fire stuff, but the kind of needed pre-fire things and some of the benefits that we heard about today. We even had some really great energy and momentum headed towards traditional ecological knowledge and how that plays into the fire data and fire water quality and fire watershed health world in California. So anyway, recognizing your great work as well as Krista's, and I do want to circle back and talk about that.
Got it.
What else? Do we have any other ideas, or are we, Lori, I look to you. Are we at the time now that Greg has to shut up?
More or less, yeah. We've got about 5 minutes left in the meeting with just a little bit of wrap up, but we can talk about the agenda for the next meeting, but it's pretty close to the end.
Well, people have thoughts. Don't hesitate to write an email, drop a note, any way you want. Post a thing on LinkedIn, whatever you feel is the right way to get attention to what you think is needed. We're here.
As
Thanks.
we close this item, Greg, Lori, what is the best way for anyone who's interested in becoming more engaged with the ad hoc working group, at this stage, just continuing that momentum, if there's any, or if that we can announce that at the next.
I mean, at the risk of being bureaucratic, I sound like, yeah, anyway, I would suggest a email list, maybe. That sounds like an easy way to sort of start collecting people, and we probably have too many, and that just is adding to another one. But Lori, you and I and Caitlin can talk about the benefit of adding join our email list. Yeah, another work group, but also just starting with an email list, because I don't think it takes an act of the council to start an email list.
Yeah, I think we should follow up, circle back on your, sort of touch base on your recommendation, Greg, and kind of work with the existing fire monitoring subcommittee and kind of maybe report back out sometime between now and the next council meeting, just to solicit other interested people, and then we can build the email list from there. I don't think that would be too hard to do. And there's a lot of work already that's already been done, a lot of coordination. So yes, my action item is to set up a meeting with Caitlin and Greg to follow up on this and then report back to the council. All right, so are we pretty close to, are we ready to wrap up the meeting? I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for your great presentations and all the input from council members and participants in the meeting. A lot of good information was shared, and we'll have the recording. I'll be posting the recording on YouTube and on our website. I'll send that out so it's available to everybody. And I'm also going to figure out how I can share slides with interested parties. So if you have your slides and you haven't shared them with me already, I'll probably be reaching out to you to ask for your permission to share your slides, or so I'll work on that. Our next meeting is scheduled for November 20th, and there were a few things in the agenda. I've only got a few minutes, but is there anything sort of that people would like to shout out as requested agenda items for our next meeting, for our next quarterly meeting? I did have a question for the group. There's an interest in nutrients and modeling. Does that still exist? Maybe.
I think also before I lose this thread on fire, I think drinking water and post-fire is worth a significant amount of topic.
Okay.
That could be time.
And we could almost do a similar thing of different speakers, lessons learned, different perspectives.
Just FYI, that's the day of a board meeting for the Los Angeles Water Board, so I won't, if you needed anything from me or Alvina, we're supposed to present to our board that day, or to the LA board, sorry. So just throwing that out there.
Thanks.
once we all learn the secret of being at two places at the same time, our lives are always that much easier. But yeah, thanks for the heads up on that. And that I'm assuming that date is set in stone. It's on the website. I kind of new to this, so
It's not really,
I'm not sure
it's
how.
like clay, it's clay, and
It's clay. Okay,
it's
so we
maybe
can
not
mold
even
it.
disc
We might be able
fired,
to mold.
or yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah,
Lori.
but that's a good, drinking water and fire related issues. That sounds like something that, we can continue at least a portion of the discussion, either if it's on November 20th or another slightly different day.
And Lori, this is Carrie Ann from
Yeah.
the North Coast. We had that really big issue with the benzene findings in our drinking water system where we couldn't go back online for a lot of our community because of the findings with the benzene. So if you need some sort of
Interesting.
case study, that was a big issue in our region.
Great. Thank you for letting me know about that. I'll definitely circle back with you. Any other
Lori,
ideas?
I was
Oh,
going to
sorry.
comment that yes,
Oh, okay,
nutrients and modeling is still a thing. And
okay.
it's not super time sensitive, so November or later would be fine. I would suggest having engaging with SCORP and SFEI on that one. Also just commenting that if we're going to do another fire related monitoring, I would love to hear how management decisions drives monitoring goals.
Management decisions as in state agencies or
Yeah, well, I mean, the
resource
regulatory management
management?
decisions, but also
Okay.
I think Griffin raised the possibility of developing BMPs for fire recovery to
good one.
minimize pollution runoff. So ultimately, it's what are we gathering data for? Like what do we do with the data?
Good one. Yeah, thank you. Caitlin.
Just echoing echoing for Lauren and others interested in the nutrient modeling piece as regarding timing, just to see if folks would be interested in pairing that with monitoring work that's been taking place off the coast. There should be a coastwide assessment that OPC has funded in partnership with SCORP, I believe NOAA Cruises and a number of other entities. Kyla is our project management lead who could speak more to it. But as far as timing of being able to pair both modeling and monitoring, in situ monitoring together could be beneficial.
Yeah, I would be strongly supportive of that.
Great. And in that case, it may be most timely for a mid-2026. Lori, Greg, we can be in contact.
Okay. Okay, I noted that down. I think that might be good timing anyway, just because I think the fire issues are going to continue into the next meeting. There's a lot to talk about. And then early in 2026, we talked about the ocean report cards, having a presentation on ocean report cards. So we'll have an ocean themed first half of 2026 would be kind of nice. All right. Any other thoughts, ideas? We're kind of a few minutes late. So I don't want to keep you any too much longer. But of course, I'm always here to answer your questions. If anything comes up, I'll just sort of write it all down and digest it and figure it out and come up with some great topics for the next meeting. And also with all the work we're doing with the work groups, which is really where the rubber hits the road as far as like action. So really appreciate the meeting and had lots of great presentations, and thank you all. And I'll be in touch, and I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Congratulations.
Oh,
thank you.
Thanks. Good job, Lori.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lori. Okay.
All right.